Good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Are we doing well? Yep, congrats on getting that first seed planted. How has your week been? How's your Friday? It is weekend already again. How did we get here? That's insanity. I am still a bit sad about our ending for this game. At the same time, very excited to dive back into it. So we're gonna make something nice of it. You're tired. I can understand that. The heat is not helping. Hey, I saw you didn't go to work today. Did something happen? I wanted to give you some space. That's why I didn't check in before. But now you're here. I do want to check in. Are you okay? Did something change with my setup? Yes, it did. Give me a second. That's better. Definitely not. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, dear. If you want to say more about that, you are absolutely allowed to. If you do not want to, all good. All good. Never replied to her housemate. Okay. That is going well. It's still warm. It is still warm, but last night was nice. Last night we had I think it dropped down to 19. And when you come from 32, that is a nice drop. Today we didn't go over 26. That's really nice. It's 24 right now. I hope we have another okay-ish night when it comes to heat again. That would be very nice. You're good, but you didn't go to work because when you went to bed last night, you were very tired and you slept like 3 hours, so you were sure you'd sleep better this night. Only to still be awake at 3:30, 1.5 hours before you were supposed to leave for work. So you decided to sleep in and not go to work. Definitely, that's definitely nothing wrong. Check. Except tired. Okay. Then I read that wrong. I'm sorry. I'm glad to hear that everything is actually kind of okay, just the tiredness and then not sleeping, which is quite possibly caused by the heat, right? Having hurt you? I think so. I am gonna bring us to the game. I am also gonna throw in the content warning now that chat is screwed up anyways, so that it's there. Definitely caused by the heat. Yeah, I can understand that. I was really happy last night when I felt the air just cool down and the cool air coming into my bedroom or into my house at least completely actually. I slept very well actually last night. You're almost 32 degrees when you went to bed yesterday. Yeah, that sucks. So for anyone who's here and who's not like part of Northern Europe, our houses are built to keep the heat in because we used to mostly get very cold winters. So our houses are built to keep the heat in, not to keep it out. If you're lucky with the right build and a very good system of keeping your doors and windows closed and airing it out at the right times, you can keep it quite manageable for a day or 2, 3 maybe if you're lucky. But if for whatever reason your house is differently built or you have no options to actually air out the place, it's gonna be sucky. And it will be extremely warm in there when we have heat waves. Your bedroom has teeny tiny windows that don't do much. Yeah, that really sucks. 20 by 30, you have only 2 of them on either side of the first floor. That's so strange when it comes to build. That's so weird. Like, I do not understand how anyone could sign off on that as that being okay. But hey, there are more things when it comes to building houses that I do not agree with and can't figure out why. Same goes for school buildings, by the way. But that's a whole different discussion that we're not going to dive into today. Let me quickly check what... Okay, not interesting. Fine. Let's go in. We are going to continue. And even though I already did this partially last time, it apparently didn't save. Oh wait, maybe it did save. Give me a second. This one. That one is the one we need. Yes. Okay. Yay! This is our second playthrough. That is why we already have quite a couple of things here, but we haven't played a month in this game yet. And this is our second live in this game. We have our memories from our past life. We are starting over. We got the worst ending. When it comes to all the possible endings, we got one of the worst. It's close to the worst that there is. What I also found out is that is almost inevitable in your first playthrough. So I feel less bad about that. Still sucks that we got it. Your house is 100+ years old, built for laborers. Having them very well taken care of was not a priority, just cheap housing. Yeah, like mine is over 100 years old as well, but mine was built for people who are better off. No, I told you about the worst endings. I had a look at it because I needed to know how bad we did. It turned out that we did actually, like, it was kind of inevitable. Apparently that is how the game is set up. That the first year is just not gonna be such a good ending. Especially because you just don't have all the information needed to create a good ending. Smart design, I'd say. Does suck that we did get one of the really, really bad ones. We also lost quite a couple of people over the whole first year, and that is apparently not completely necessary. So we're gonna figure that out. We're gonna see if we can make it better this time. I will here and there do things quicker, differently, whatever. If you're a good girl who always follows the rules, you get shitty results. Not completely. It's more if you wanna, sorta. Like if you're a people pleaser, yes. If you want to be friends with everyone, yes. Now we didn't do the friends with everyone because, like, we let, for example, March go, but some things would have been clues or should have been cluing us in on what was gonna come, but we didn't read them that way. So the way we the whole storyline with our dad and that shimmering fever that he had, right, that only got worse and worse. That storyline should have been clues to what Tangent and Chief Engineer Instance were working on, or which way that was gonna go. Like, are they looking for a cure? Yeah, but what could that cure entail? That is what, like, and I did not realize that was the way we were gonna have to think in this game, but apparently we do. So I'm gonna have to question motives for people. Why are certain choices being made? Why are we doing certain things? I have to question that way more. You can imagine that if you're really good friends with a fighting girl, you can maybe rally her up to rebel against the dictator. Ooh, that maybe if you're good friends with them, I'm not sure. I did not read up on the endings, just so you know. I know there are all these guides that tell you how to get certain endings and which friendships and which career choices and la di da di da. I did not do that because I wanted to be my choices. The only thing I read up is how that ending was built up, the ending that we got, how that was built up and which were the indicators, so that I have a bit of information to go off on, and from there we're gonna try this again. We're just gonna try this again. I will say that we are only gonna do this on stream once more. Maybe we can come back to it like in a year or two again, like to try get a different ending. But for now, we are just gonna try to get a better ending once, as in one playthrough extra, and then we're gonna go over to another game, because I can also understand that at some point people are done with this game, because it's quite a lot of the same. I'm loving it. I know I will keep playing it. But there's more there. Robin made it safe to your work, by the way. Oh, I'm so glad you got to help there. That's so sweet. Thank you for doing that. It's very fair. Make your own actions that make it happen. Exactly. That's the way I was. It was nice meeting her. Robin is the sweetest. I hope she's having the most amazing time at the festival. I really, really do. Okay, I do need to check this. I'm sorry. There are some issues with the events and the team because people are suddenly canceling. Oh, that would be lovely. Okay, cool. I think it's being solved, so I don't have to do anything with that. Nice. Okay. Lovelies, are you ready? I'm not, but we're gonna do it anyways. I want to have a little look. So we still have some memories. Yes. No, these are all our first ones. Oh, I see. Okay, so as you can see, there are 1s and 2s here. I think this is second year. And this is first year. And I'm quite sure that... Or second live. I have a feeling that is what those are for. And I'm quite sure that we will get access to different cards when we get older. Because we should have more memories left. Okay. Yeah, you keep adding to your deck as you age and can forget cards by spending time relaxing. Limit the number of gear slots, but yeah, we know that. Cool. We have our learning tablets to get some more reasoning. We have no collectibles. Okay. I always hope everyone is having the greatest time at all times, so long as nothing has to get hurt to make it happen. You know what? I agree. Okay, so I still feel like going after dice from the get-go is what we're gonna do. Because I have a feeling with dice going outside of the walls and those whole expeditions and stuff like that is the connection with the world, with Vertumna, with the planet, with the casinos. I think we have to go for this area mostly, where we go for, and bravery, where we go for the outside, the casino funding, the not the hunting, but this one too, like getting out there, getting in contact. I have a feeling we're supposed to meet someone out there, so we're gonna try that, and see what happens. Yeah, if you've decided to not get involved in any workshop for a bit, by the way, you'll want to work on yourself for a bit now. Lose weight, for instance, before you go, you're more into discovering yourself in that way. I can fully understand that. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you for letting me know, but still, like, absolutely. Do what feels best for you. Fully. Fully. Okay. So, the ship's quarters are where everyone sleeps. There's nothing here. I think we just need to find our parents first. Yeah. Oh, I have to get used to this again. Hello, Dad. Eleonora, your dad gives you a big warm hug. I'm so happy you're finally awake. Dr. Instance thought it'd be best to keep you asleep while you're nogging heels. Your mother and I thought you might sleep away the whole year, my snoozy little gooseberry. He checks your head and looks relieved. He was clearly very worried about you, but covers it with jokes and smiles. Maybe more of an off-stream thing to mention, but it wasn't your... No, all good. All good. If you feel comfortable saying stuff like that, no worries. You can also save up some money now because horses are expensive. They are. They are worth it, but they are expensive. I'll be the last one to tell you that they're not. He checks your head and looks relieved. He was clearly very worried about you, but covers it with jokes and smiles. You love your dad. Welcome to Vertomna, he says, gesturing around you. You've never seen the stratospheric from the outside, except in pictures. The ship has been separated in two, and parts taken off to form other buildings and a big wall around the whole colony. The alien jungle creeps right up to the wall. Only the geodesic greenhouses pass outside it, dotting their way up the hill. What's outside the walls? Oh, don't worry about that, my dear aubergine, he says. Nothing that could hurt you. We just don't want you getting lost in a big world out there. Oh, before I forget. And he pulls out a package from a satchel and hands it to you. You blink and stare at it blankly. Don't you know what that day it is? He asks. You honestly don't. You remind him that you've been asleep in Met Day. Happy birthday, he shouts, wrapping you in a warm hug. Your birthday already? You feel a dizzying sense of déjà vu. You stare hard at the wrap package. You know exactly what is in there. You remember it. No, you dreamed about this package. Some years ago on the ship. Inside will be a small medallion in the shape of a sun that your dad made by hand. Ooh. You've been feeling very good physically, mentally lately. You don't know if that's because of summer, vitamin D, or stress of school being over, or a combination, but it feels really nice. I think it will be a combination of all that, plus you working on yourself. Even though you woke up with another gout attack this morning. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Yip. That really sucks. We are gonna be honest about this. You describe the medallion and your desk as she hands you the package. Aw, who ruined the surprise? Was it Seek? I'll bet it was Seek. They hate fun. He grins and adds, don't tell them I said that. You start to explain that nobody told you, but someone shouts your dad's name. Listen, I'm so sorry, Eleonora, he says, but I have to get back to work. There was an accident when we landed and... He stops himself. Don't worry, we're going to fix it, your mother and I. An accident? Professor Hell is expecting you in classes, if you're feeling up to it. Your dad says, pointing west to the engineering wing and the rear end of the bisected ship. Then he points to the large doors you came out of earlier. Or you can relax in our quarters until you're feeling better. We'll talk later tonight, he says, then kisses the top of your head and ruffles your hair. Have a wonderful birthday, Eleonora. I love you. Love you too, Dad. Yeah, we know this. Thinking of biking to Brum Manisa tomorrow, it should be a 2-hour bike ride. That's quite a bit. But if you feel up for it, like the weather should be better for that. Good exercise. Oh, Dice. Dice, hello. You see Dice sitting on the ground beside some bushes. Is he hiding from somebody? He seems to be watching the gate in the wall to the south, where grown-ups are coming and going. Kids aren't allowed past the walls, he says quietly, without looking up. They say there's nothing to be afraid of. but then why do we need walls? You stare at the gate and have a sudden rush of memory so strong that you think you might faint. You have to see, maybe bike to Eindhoven and then go back home by train. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. You imagine something crashing through the wall. Something enormous and dark and wriggly. Faceless. For years in space, you've had half-remembered nightmares of monsters, of your ship being destroyed, of sifting through wreckage that used to be your home, trying to find something. Your dad always told you the dreams weren't real. Hate to say it to you, babe, Dad, but they are. Breaking you from your daydream, Dice whispers, I think there are monsters out there. I believe you. No, you don't, he says. You're being sarcastic, I can tell. Nobody believes me. He turns his back and ignores you. They're huge and wriggly and dangerous. Nice that they reference your playthrough in the dialogue, yes. Although, I do remember that in our first playthrough there was already a mentioning of dreams and deja vu. So, but it really does add to replayability, absolutely. Stop making fun of me, Dice pouts. You're as bad as Morris. Aww. I should have left him alone. Okay, you know what? Honestly, we're not gonna do this. I'm gonna do that over. Give me a second. That's not the way I want to start this off. Yes. Sorry about that, but that had to happen. We're gonna go through this quickly. We already did this. Tell him. Thank you. Bye, Dad. Love you too. Done. Sorry about this, guys, but I really do want to make sure I do believe you, but we're gonna leave him alone. Well, you tried. Dice is so sensitive about being teased. No, he's fully right about it. But, yeah, we'll take a bit. Hey, Nem. Hiya, Eleonora. Anemone seems really at home here. She's rolling a sports ball around with her foot, making patterns in the weird blue snow. This stuff is different from snow on Earth, she tells you, because it isn't cold. But it's still neat and you can make stuff out of it. Your foggy head clears a little. Anemone is simple, physical, real. You always feel grounded near her. Have you seen any monsters? What are you making? Just snow spirals, she says. But earlier me and Cal made a big snow pal. You missed it while you were sleeping in Mepe. She smiles her broad gap-toothed smile at you. Now you're awake, we can play. Have you seen any monsters? Nope, just some little bugs. The grown-ups would say if there were monsters, right? She shrugs, then smiles reassuringly. If there were monsters, Chief Rat would beat them all up. So don't worry. My mom says we're safer here than we were in space. You both look over at the wreckage of the Stratospheric, the spaceship you were born. Anemone's mom, Auntie Sedent, is probably right about that. Look what the wormhole did to your ship. See you later. Not if I see you first, Anemone says, flashing you a peace sign. Hey, maybe I'll see you in class. All right. You should probably go to class. Like your mom said. You kids are expected to manage your own schedules, so you don't have to if you don't feel up to it. But it's not a bad idea. Did we even talk to our mom? I don't think we did. Is Mom here? Oh, Mom isn't here. We can go in here. Oh, or not. Fine. Mars isn't outside. Okay, fine. Engineering. A low thrumming noise comes from the engine room, which provides power to the colony. Other corridors lead off to the teaching labs in medbay. You know the route to your classroom well, but the rest of this wing is off limits to children. Congruence, the ship's onboard AI, beams down at you from a nearby holoscreen. Don't forget to study hard, Eleonora. Okay, Biology and reasoning. Creativity and persuasion. Ooh. Plants, biochemistry, and human body. So, perception, animals, bravery, persuasion, and biology is what I want to go for. It's quite a couple, but I do want that. Let's dive into this one because this gives us 2 for, yeah. Good afternoon. Oh, wait. You want to go upstairs and play Subnautica while lurking, but the computer room is 29 degrees and gets 2 to 3 degrees hotter when you turn on the PC. Oh. Do you have one of those fans, right? Is that an option? You bought fan, or you have fans. Is it an option to put one of those in the computer room? And keep a door open, and maybe like, what could happen? What could work is, oh gosh, what did we do in Portugal with a heat wave there? We had frozen bottles of water. And we put one of those frozen bottles of water on a towel in front of the fan, and it would blow colder air from the frozen bottle through the room. It works. Funny enough, it works. But you do need something frozen that you can do that with. Bottles of water are the best idea with that. But it might not help right now. But it might help in the upcoming week. Because we have more warm days coming up still. So the next 2 days are going to be okay-ish. As in 25. 22 to 25. Fine. And then we're going to have Monday, Tuesday being 28, 29 again. At least in the middle of the country. I'm not sure about at Yips. Probably a couple degrees hotter. Well, it's an average, eh? It's an average. We're gonna see. Tomorrow 23, Sunday 21. That's nice. Yeah, we probably have like the lower part of what's going up when it comes to heat. You should freeze a bottle of water. Yeah, do that. Like if you have an empty bottle, just don't fill it completely, because then it will pop. It needs some space to expand. Professor Hell welcomes you back to your old classroom. This afternoon we'll learn what I like to call the wet sciences. He gestures to his holoprojected lesson plan. Biology, chemistry, medicine, ecology, and geology. Monday 26, Tuesday 28, and then going down to 24 and lower again. Oh really? That's new. Let me check. Expansion of water is a myth perpetuated by big water. Sure. Oh, it indeed went down. 26, 27, 24. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. I'm not gonna complain in that case. That's fine. It was supposed to go up to 28, 29 on Monday and Tuesday. But that's better. We'll see. You'll learn a bit of everything with opportunities for further studying your favorite field. If you're looking for something a little drier, try registering for engineering classes. For today's lesson, Professor Hell tells you, we'll start with a fun group project. You'll be studying the mush tree, a prominent natural resource native to Vertumna. In the ideal conditions, it can grow at a speed of over a meter a day and have a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. He stands on his tiptoes and gestures to illustrate. Your team will experiment to find those ideal conditions. You're teamed up with Tang and Cal and are given a mush tree spore and a bucket to grow it in. The rest is up to you. Tang looks up Surveyor's notes in a holonet. Mush trees, she reads, are most abundant south of the colony in the stormy, moist regions of the subaqueous swamp. What if we use water instead of soil? Cal suggests, like they do with hydroponics. Tank nods. If they like wet weather, that might work. Eleonora, do you have any suggestions? Yeah, lowering the water's pH sounds interesting. You fill the bucket with water and add spark snow crystals. These are sometimes left over at the end of quiet season. They're mildly acidic, which means they should lower the pH of the water. Every day, you rush into the classroom to check on its progress. At first, there's nothing. But by midweek, your little mush tree sprouts up and starts its journey. In the end, yours is in the middle of the pack. Seeing as mush trees don't usually grow where there is spark snow, you're able to conclude that you probably don't like acid. Learn something? Yeah, we know this. Wait, we need to set that. Settings. Yeah, this can go. We don't need those. We need 11. There we go. Super goal even. For biology, now that's a good start. Nice. Your parents have been working from first dawn to well after dinner every day. You know, growing food is an important job, and it's vital to get crops in the ground right away, but there seems to be something more to that. It's such a change from growing up on the stratospheric when you saw them all the time. You stay up and wait for them at night before going to bed. Though you can tell they're exhausted, they make an effort to spend time with you. I'm sorry we haven't seen much of you. Little gooseberry, your dad says. Your mom watches you as she works a pebble out of her gardening tiller, which also serves as a crutch. How have you been holding up? Ooh. I want to go with this one and see what happens. Just to see what happens. Oh. You tell them how you knew about the medallion your dad made before you saw it, because you dreamed about it when you were a kid. The more you speak, the harder it is to stop. Good evening, Smurf. Welcome in. You tell them about all the things you thought were just dreams and how they've started to come true ever since you landed on Vertumna. You keep remembering stuff that's about to happen, and it's also weird and confusing. Honey, your mom interrupts you. I know you've been under a lot of stress. We all have. She sighs and gives your dad a concerned look, and he shrugs helplessly. I'm so sorry we haven't been there for you, she continues. But is it possible you think you might be making this up to get attention? Nope. You try to stay calm and explain, but you keep talking faster and faster. Before long, your breath is coming in hiccups, and you start to cry uncontrollably. Your parents don't know what to say. All they can do is hold you tight and stroke your head. 504, where you reached 500 followers. Hell yes. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. After our raid out on Tuesday. Yeah, we did. So, behind the scenes, we are currently whipping up a nice celebration. Don't you worry about it. We are. It's just gonna take a bit because it's summer holidays, and we'll make it work. We're gonna make the celebration soon. Because it's worth a celebration. Of course they don't believe you, and you can't think of a way to prove it to them. When you've calmed down a bit, you hear them talking quietly to each other over your head. She did have a bad concussion. Maybe there was permanent damage. What if our baby... They look so anxious and pained now. You feel even worse than before. They insist you go back to see Dr. Instance for a checkup and take you there immediately. You end up spending another month in Med Bay. Dr. Instance insists on giving you sleeping medicine that makes you drowsy, but at least you aren't just asleep the entire time like before. She takes a lot of health readings. You take notes too and learn a bit about medicine because there's nothing else to do. It's boring and stressful at the same time. Your parents come to visit you in the evening, but nobody wants to talk about the dreams or memories or whatever they are. Or were. You've been sleeping deeply with this medicine, so at least you haven't had that remembering feeling in a while. When you try to bring the subject up, Dr. Instance always says you should get some rest and tells the medbat to give you more sleeping drugs. Now that is not okay, and she knows. That is not okay. And that month's passed, yeah. You feel trapped and helpless. Days blur into one another in a haze of sleep. In your lucid moments, you look longingly through the windows at the colony, bustling with the first excitement of life on the new planet. You realize that no one will believe you if you keep talking about living past lives. Or worse, you'll end up here again, wasting all your time sleeping. If you really are living this life over and over again, time is something you can't waste. You need to figure out what's happening. Okay, fair. After a month of enforced rest, Dr. Instant says she can see nothing wrong with you and that you must simply be feeling the effects of stress. You just need to take it easy, my little tomato, your dad tells you. Landing on Vertumna has been a big change for all of us. It's natural to feel anxious and act out. Your mom looks disappointed but tells you she still loves you. Can I just go home now? I'll explain in a second, Smurf. Instant looks up from her hollow palm when everyone turns to look at her. I don't see why not, she says, and then goes back to her work. You know, says your dad, raising an eyebrow at your mom, I think there are lots of different ways to learn, and school is just one of them. You can learn from working on a hobby or by helping a friend. Your mom shakes her head and sighs, though you can tell she's trying to put on a gentle expression. We both agree that this colony is an experiment, and that means we're going to do things differently than on Earth. You're old enough now to start making your own decisions about your education and future. If that means you find your own way, we'll accept that. Your dad puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll be proud of you no matter what you do. Try talking to your friends. They may have ideas for how you can spend your time. And come by geoponics, your mom adds. We could use your help. This week you had a few more bouts of déjà vu, remembering what somebody is about to say or do just before they do it. Sometimes they actually do it, but not always. Okay, we're gonna go in there in a second. Do we start from the beginning or somewhere in between? Okay, so we are back at the same timeline as we started the first year in, but we have some of our memories. We have more, like, we have done one lesson. Hey, Mrs. B, welcome in. Congrats on getting that second seed planted. We've had one lesson, but we have a couple of cards already. We have quite some friendship with dice already. Whole bunch of perception because of choices that we made in the start when we woke up. So not everything is the same, and we have quite some information from our past life. So it is not a replay, it is a redo or a next life or a redo of our life with prior knowledge. Here we're lurking, doing a little bit of chores. Good luck with that. And this morning, you were sure Professor Hell was going to trip on the uneven floor in the cafeteria and spill his plate of hash browns. You even told Mars to watch. He didn't though. As Professor Hell walked away, his hash browns saved for today, Mars calls you a liar and a dummy. At night, your dreams are all mixed up with stuff that you know can't be real. So tired, just dozed off, and now you want some chocolate or a bonbon, but you don't have anything in the house. I feel that. I have been craving all kinds of things today that I don't have, and I could not be bothered to go to the store, so I didn't have the things that I wanted. We're gonna fix that tomorrow. You're chased by monsters the size of buildings, only to be saved by strange people you've never met. You're holding hands with someone you love. You're crying as you help lift a shrouded body into the colony recycler. Everything seems so familiar, but when you try to recall their faces when you wake up, they're smeared in your memory like wet paint. You go for it. Yeah, just in moderation. You've lived this life before, in your dreams, you're sure of it. In the light of day, you try to remember everything from your dreams, but it's impossible. You can't live a lifetime in dreams. And anytime you try to tell someone, they think you're playing a trick, or that you're sick and need to go to medbay. You eventually decide to stay quiet about your strange dreams. Why? Because secret powers are fun. You start keeping a private journal on your holopalm, recording the events, where you remember something before it happens. You also write down your dreams, and when they have that feeling of being real. You like the idea of being magic and seeing the future, but some of those dreams are very scary. You hope that, like Professor Hell's hash browns, they don't all come true. We have a say in that this time. Okay. Hey, Tang. Tension just hunched over her holopalm, frowning and poking angrily at the air. She speaks without looking up at you. Professor Hell wants us to prep a list of native flora with pictures. There should be a catalog on the colony holonet, but I can't find it anywhere. Plants? Tried looking outside? She looks down, then up and squints her eyes at you. Was that a joke? Well, it's not funny, Eleonora. I need to finish this bio assignment so I can start on the engineering lab after lunch. And then I have a physics quiz to study for. She rolls her eyes. If you want help, go kick ball or something with the other kids. As you inch away, Tension has already forgotten about you and is back to her holopalm. Yeah, I'm gonna let Tension go for a bit. I didn't necessarily like her last time. You see Tammy sitting quietly near the entrance to the lounge. You've known her for, well, your whole entire life. Back on the ship, you were a study partner. You used to tease her. Were a study partner. Used to play with her. We're a study partner. Tammy was awful, just awful at Earth history. She thought Europe was the name of an English queen and the Pacific was their famous ceasefire treaty. Facts go in one of her huge ears and back out the other. No matter how hard you tried, she never seemed to improve. Her ears perk up hopefully when she sees you. Hello, Eleonora. I was hoping you could help me with some homework. Of course. I lose reasoning for this. Oh boy. Oh, thank you. She bounces up and down. You spend a couple hours trying to teach her the difference between exothermic and endothermic reactions. What makes heat and what absorbs it. Why is this so hard for her to understand? The thing is, Tammy never loses heart when she fails a test or gets an answer wrong. It's inspiring, even though sometimes you feel like you get dumber after studying with her. We're not gonna do that too often. A sharp whistle interrupts your thoughts. Hey, Eleonora! Mars calls you out. Come here, I have a job for you. You walk over to Mars, who's sheltering from the snow under the ship's overhang. It's so gross here, she complains. This spark snow would ruin my good clothes. At least on the ship we had climate control. Ugh. Tammy made me some soy sweets, but there's no way I'm going out there in all this weather, she continues. She's like running around the net. Could you fetch them for me? Nope. Get me yourself. I don't even know why I asked. If you ever want to actually be useful, go talk to Administrator Seek, she says, gesturing to the door to command behind her. They're looking for people to work delivery. And I'm just like, no, I'm way too busy. Too busy fetching my own soy sweets. Exactly, the way it should be. Can we already do that? No. We need more toughness or organizing. Cool. Bye. Oh, Mom and Dad. You find your mum hard at work setting up the greenhouses with a small construction crew. You've seen these plants pinned to the wall of your family's quarters for years now. These geodesic domes will house the more delicate plants from Earth. Spinach, tomatoes, maybe even fruit. She takes a swig from her canteen as you approach. Looking for something to do? She asks. Remember, Eleonora, you're responsible for your own schedule now that we've landed. You can decide how to spend your time, so long as it's productive. She points towards the engineering wing, in the back half of the stratospheric severed frame. Professor Hell's still expecting you in class, but a well-rounded education includes practical application. You're old enough to help with the work around here. She claps her hand on your shoulder. I've got another minute. Anything you need to know? No, I'm good. Hello, my little potato, your dad exclaims, smiling warmly. What have you been up to? Playing in the fresh air? For Autumn is magnificent, isn't it? And you not. I miss seasons. Back on Earth, it got much, much colder, and the snow wasn't half as pretty as our spark snow. He sighs, stretching. You just wait until dust season. Both the suns will be high in the sky, and it'll be real hot then. You'll see. Okay. Cal is riding around the geoponics gardens on his hoverboard. The board comes to a sudden shuddering stop on the rocky ground in front of you. Cal falls off but catches his balance before he eats dirt. Sumi, hello. Hi, Lenora. Real ground is way harder to hover on than ship floors. There are bumps everywhere. We all have to adapt. Yeah, Cal exclaims. Things are actually way, way better planetside. Hovering outside is rad. Look at this. He runs over to a small depression in a nearby hill and presents it like it's something amazing. Look at this. It's a skateboard. Cool. Can I try? Sure, but please be careful. We have some toughness and friendship with Cal. Let's go. Busy. Hello. Because I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Well, we might be a bit more of a teenage dirtbag this time around. Trying to get a different ending. And yes, you are. Indeed, Sumi. Indeed. Hi, Pissy. I hope you're doing well. How are we all? Sumi, I'm kind of okay. Yeah. I wish I could have done more today, but it is what it is. And, another day tomorrow. We're just gonna look at it like that. So yeah. Okay, let's talk to Nem. Anemona's bumping a sports ball with her wrist. Heads up, she shouts and bumps the ball in your direction. Bounce it back. Finally done with a very, very long work week. Time to relax. Please relax, Pissy. Please relax. I bounce the ball back and forth with her, trying to see how many times you can rally and keep it going. Yeah, cool. Unlock sports ball. Cool. But we need to rest. And I think the only place to rest right now is here. Yeah, relax in the lounge. Yip has a week of vacation now. Really nicely done, Yip. Great idea. It's nice to take some time off to chill after all the stress of school and work. Not to mention the mental toll of just living on this unpredictable planet. Looks like you're not the only one who needs some downtime. Some of the other kids are also relaxing in. Ooh. Hopefully you can also relax a bit. Do that. That's what vacation is for, Yip. But hell yeah, for vacation time indeed. Any other plans than to sit and chill? My week is kind of packed, honestly. Which was not the plan, but it happened that way. Some of the things are relaxing though. Just a lot of things outside of the house for the upcoming week. And it's all good. Ooh. This will give us a card. This is what we did last time. I think we're gonna go here. Because why are these two together? Okay, but you do stink. You hear Mars defend herself. Ah. She's... Okay, let's see if we can help here. It's not my fault that you can't tell. Maybe your nose stopped working, but the rest of us can smell it. And she waves her hands in front of her nose and makes a puke gesture, then turns to you. He smells awful, right, Eleonora? Stop being so mean, Marge. You stand toe-to-toe with Marge. She glares at you and then at Dice. Ugh, fine, she says, defeated. I'm sorry, Dice. I'm just trying to help. But I should have said it in a nicer way. Not everyone in life is going to tell you the truth, you know? Okay. Not right now, actually. Yeah, keep them for now. If it was a 0, I would have, but it wasn't a 0. It was ones, and we need those. Pissy, do you have any plans for the weekend other than your little birthday bash on Sunday? Okay, do we have anything else here yet? No. Nope. Oh, egg. Party! Yes. Oh, that reminds me. My dear lovely friends. I'm gonna move my Cozy Stardew Sunday to Cozy Stardew Monday. There, that's been said. We have a celebration to do. So I will not be streaming on Sunday. It will be on Monday. Dice is sitting in the grass near the big gates that lead out into the jungle. He's just staring out into nothingness and picking absent-mindedly at the weeds. He pretends not to notice as you approach. Do you want to play a game? Or just sit down with him? Ooh, yes. He shifts uncomfortably as you sit, but doesn't say anything. You both just hang out, saying and doing nothing. You stare out the big gates. The grass in the colony is trimmed short by garden bots, but out there it's wild and as high as your waist. Head surveyor Tonin is prepping his equipment for an outing. He's bringing a lot. Maybe he's going to stay out overnight? You're starting to wonder if Dice will ever acknowledge you when he says, I've got to go. As he starts down the hill, he pauses and says, this is a good spot. I'll probably come back here tomorrow. Boo, no more Cozy Stardew streams for you. How dare you not keep my spare time in mind at all? Yeah, well, sucks to be you, but the week after I'm not going to do it on stream on Sunday either because I have an event then. So, too bad. I stream when it's convenient for me, combined with all the other things I add to my life. And in this case, I think celebrating Pissy's birthday is more important than during my stream on a Sunday, when I can also do it on Monday. Anyways, just an idea. Pissy, don't be surprised. The hell? Don't you be surprised. Friends are more... I said to Subi this afternoon, friends are more important than streams. Even when you met those people on stream. Friends are more important than streams. I know it was a joke, Yip. I know it was a joke. I replied to that seriously on purpose. I knew it was a joke. We are gonna go into ads, sadly. So I'm gonna take a little break. Go get yourself a drink, a snack. Hug or send a love message to a loved one, and yeah, stretch, maybe walk around, whatever you can do to feel better. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hope to see you then. Thanks for sticking around. Yep, I'm happy to read mostly that your bathroom is finally getting fixed so you can use your shower again. Oh, that has taken way too long actually, but I understand. You just realized the ceiling is something very different from a ceiling, which they are actually repairing. Hey, it makes sense. I got what you meant. Thank you, Pissy. Thank you, Smurf. Sports ball gives us bravery and toughness. We need some of that, so yes, play some sports ball. Annabelle meets you on the court. She's bouncing from one leg to the other in excitement. My brother Com is organizing the youth team, she tells you. Com is cute, though. Com is cute. Toss a sports ball your way. Let's start with a practice game to see what you're good at. You had to wait for someone to have time, otherwise it would have been done a while ago. Yeah, I understand that. Annabelle used to practice with Kyle Mars on the ship, but Tammy, you're surprised to see her here. Com will fill in to even up the teams, but he promises to go easy on the other side. Choose. Choose Cal. Mind if I play goalie? He asks. Sports ball is fun, but I don't really like to score against the other team. Anyone chooses kombucha, of course. They bump fists. Your next choice will be Mars. I'll play Spiker. Mars runs to take a position. Seems like she's in it for the glory. Hopefully she'll want to share some of that with the rest of the team. Okay, let's go. Toughness challenge. We need to get to 27. 1, 1, 2. 7 on the first round is not necessarily much, but we're gonna try. That's not gonna do much. That's not smart. 11. Sure. Well then. Ooh. We did it. Yeah. And if we do it like this, it doesn't matter. Okay, cool, fine. No skill changes. Kel makes an amazing jump save, but is winded when a ball hits him in the chest. Score is tight, with Anemone and Com putting the pressure on. Then, blam! You scored a match point with a red spike all the way from the net line. Get to work, let's go. 2 bravery, 1 toughness. As a start. You wake from an afternoon nap. The dream you're in is one you've had many times. You really don't understand the card minigame? Do you want me to explain it to you the next time we have it? Because I can, if you want me to. The air is strangely pink and fluffy, kind of sticky, and you have to push your way through it. It feels like every step takes an eternity. You push through the pink cloud and emerge into the children's crash, a room you know well, to see your friend Tammy standing before an enormous bear made of pure light. It lunges at her, through her, and she collapses to the ground like a fainting fairy tale princess. Please do? Okay, I will. Next round I will. You wake with your heart racing. Tammy is leaning over you where you've been sleeping in the nest of pillows. She shakes your shoulder gently. Oh, I'm sorry, Eleonora, she says, as if speaking to a small child. I think you were having a nightmare. Are you okay? Are you? Nothing bad happened in the dream, but you feel sick with dread. Yeah, I know what that reference is to. Since you're awake, you should visit the cafeteria. Auntie Sedens is making a new kind of candy. She says it's made of cotton. Isn't that weird? I have to go tidy the crash first, then I'll meet you there. Save some for me, okay? Tammy skips off towards the crash, humming to herself. You feel groggy and need a minute to clear your head. That dream, that was when the cotton candy was there. Go save Tammy. You sprint down the hall of the children's crash, where the little kids play and learn during the day. It's empty, because all the younger kids are probably off eating candy with antecedent. You spot Tammy tidying up some drawing supplies near the crafts bins. Above her, a holoprojector displays an enormous floating teddy bear made of purple light. It pops silently into the air. Mr. Bearsworth, a decade of happy memories playing with a flash through your mind in an instant. Tammy stands up on her toes and reaches for the switch to turn it off. You slam into her, knocking her off her feet onto the ground. At the same moment, the holoprojector sparks and explodes. The bear disappears and the whole room goes dark. Okay, we saved Tammy again. Oh yes. In the dim emergency lighting, you see Tammy's eyes wide with surprise and fear. She sits up and rubs her elbow, staring at you. Sorry, are you hurt? It's okay, she sniffles, looking like she might start to crying. Why did you do that? Owie. I just saved your life. My life? She says. She peers into the dark room, looking even more frightened. How? He tried to explain that the holoprojector was going to shock her, but she doesn't seem to understand. What? How? But it's Mr. Bearsworth, she says. It's just a toy. She doesn't believe you. But that's okay. You're just happy that you followed your dream and got here in time. You decide not to mention the dream, since she seems weirded out already. After a minute, the lights come back on. The projector is dead. A thin trickle of stinky smoke coming from the base. Don't worry, Tammy says, brightening as she gets to her feet. Professor Hell can fix it. He can fix anything. By the time you find the professor and finish cleaning up, you've forgotten all about the pink candy in the cafeteria. Done. Okay, we saved Tammy. Good. Tangent wants to talk. Eleonora, Tangent says, approaching you with your purpose. We need to discuss my brother. You mean my body dies? Dish. Yes, dies, she says impatiently. I need you to figure out where he's been disappearing. Ever since we landed, I barely see him anymore. He doesn't even come home at night sometimes, and She trails off and looks at her feet. Well, I'm not on very good terms with my brother of late, but people are becoming worried. You get the feeling Tang is the one who's worried, but she doesn't want to admit it. That is kind of his own business. Do I want to come in between this? Talk to him, find out, that's his own business. I'm gonna go with that's his own business this time. You tell Tangent that if Dice wanted her to know where he was going, he'd tell her himself. She gives you a complicated look. She's clearly worried about her brother and frustrated that she showed this weakness to you. She composes herself with a blank face. Maybe you're right, she says neutrally. It's not weakness, it's just not something I'm gonna put myself in between. I'm not your messenger. If you wanna know, you go ask. Use your words, miss. Tammy is sitting down in the grass with a baby on her lap. They're playing nicely with some flowers or a strand of the beads in Tammy's hair or something. Tammy keeps gently removing her hair from the baby's mouth. Oh, Island Nora, she giggles as she joins her. Aren't babies the best? There are so many new babies in the crash. Oh yeah, the babysitting thing. Yeah, sure, fine. Could you take them for a minute while I find a towel, Eleonora? The baby hiccups and rolls her eyes. They still look a little queasy to you. Okay, I guess. You hold the child at arm's length, willing them to keep the rest of their stomach contents in. They hiccup again, then let out a tremendous belch, as loud as a drunken sailor. You have to admit that was kind of cute. Okay, cool. we are gonna be extra good friends with Nem. I love Cal, but also... Hi. I have no idea if you can eat this, Nem, but I'm gonna do some friendship with you. Right, toughness is here, or is it animals as well? Let me quickly check. I think it's only toughness right now. Yeah. What do we need that for? Physical strength and stamina. I need bravery. Yeah. You can tell Com is bending the rules a little bit for the younger players, but you don't mind. It's important to start the kids on loving sports ball while they're still young and have tons of energy and enthusiasm. And Com is really good at getting them to listen and keep them interested. Besides, who doesn't want to play a variation on the game where you have to crab walk everywhere? Okay, Yip, you here? So that I can explain you the card game? Also, Pissy and Sumi, how are you guys doing? I have not heard that from you, I think. Pissy is waiting. Or did Yip fall asleep again? It's a possibility. Yip is here. Cool. Okay. So honestly, I'll pick this with us. So we have to get to our goal. Goal is up here. This needs to be that number or higher. Makes sense. Order matters. So keeping colors together is a smart move because it gives you points. That is a possibility. Most of your stream is delayed by 15 or so seconds. Makes sense. Makes sense. So keeping colors together is smart because it gives you points. Then it also gives you points for keeping numbers together, so pairs. And then I'll read up on the rest in a bit. And then there is points extra for numbers sequence. So straights from left to right makes sense. The more cards in flush, pair, or straight, the higher the bonus added to your total. Cards can also affect each other. So then it starts to become important to read what's on there. So that they get extra points. So this carved in the middle means that these and this get extra points. These were ones, now they're twos. And it's a thing of finding the best sequence. And sometimes they are extremely logic, and sometimes you have to puzzle a bit to find the highest score to it. These cards are actually just our memories, and we get more the more memories we make, and the higher we are in our years, the higher the number on the cards is going to be. So they're going to be worth more. Now you understand? Yay! Happy to see that. Happy to see that. Sumi, you're doing alright. You're working on the new cam redeem, and Pissy is allowed to watch. Ooh, fun. Pissy, work has been quite stressful this past week, but you're mostly good. This weekend is very, very needed to just recharge. Yeah, I fully understand. You have a fun Sunday lined up with first, and I'm not sure if you're gonna join the movie that we have, because it's going to be Yip's mystery movie. I'm really curious what it's going to be. We're not going to put that one there. But we'll see. And then we're going to have your party. So to keep the colors together, we're going to do this. And then this one at the end, because it says +2 if in the first or last pane. So we're going to put it here right now, because that's where we'll get the most points. This is actually Dice's secret. I want to know more about The Secret. Definitely excited to see Yip's movie. Yay! Yeah, me too. I'm curious what we're gonna watch. So yeah, that's my Sunday setup as well, actually. Tomorrow is gonna be about getting my house clean and organized and doing groceries and cooking up a whole storm, because I have a friend over. I've had Ranka over tomorrow. A couple of you actually have seen her in chat here. Lovely dear friend of mine who I haven't seen in quite a while. I think 3 months by now. Oops. I'm gonna cook dinner for her and all other kind of cool things. You don't know what that guy chose. I hope he picked Notting Hill. Notting Hill would be fun. I would not be opposed to that. Even though I've seen it 15 times over or something. I can watch that, no worries. Especially on a Sunday afternoon. No worries. Okay, we got some bravery. We got our toughness. How much bravery do we have now? We got 10 now? Cool, that's exactly what I wanted. But it will not be Notting Hill, but Gus, that's not what you would say, Dan, because it's a mystery movie. Okay. People, just to keep you guys, like, I do need you guys to know that it is Notting Hill and not Nothing Hill. It is literally this. I mean it. It really is. It is not Nothing Hill, it's Notting Hill. It's a classic in the rom-com genre. It really, really is. No, it's okay. It's okay. A lot of people do that incorrectly. You bet he picked something silly. You would not know, of course. Well, I'm not saying anything. Never mind. We have bravery to 10. Not Thing Ill about the dude named Thing, who thankfully is not sick. How do you get to these things, Pissy? I love it. Okay. Register for engineering class. Good for him. Good. Study of machines, physics, math, and programming. Sure. Using congruence's HoloLens scheduling system is almost a test on its own. You feel like a hacker navigating a confusing interface, but manage to add your name to the list of drop-in students. You're now eligible to join tangent and some of the other students in engineering class. Cool. The thing is, it also gives us reasoning. How did I Pissy? Did Sumi tell you? Nice one. Some creativity and persuasion? No. Persuasion, though. Persuasion. Rough. What did I say that I wanted to go for? Bravery. Animals, perception. Can't get perception right yet. Not yet. Let's do this one. This week in biology class, you're learning about predators and prey. Professor Hell brings up a picture of a hopeye on the holoprojector and asks, who can tell me what special thing hopeyes do when they see a predator? Tang's hand shoots up. They hop away very quickly. That's why we call it a hopeye. Hell not. That's true. But not what I was getting at. Tang stammers and looks upset, like she can't believe she got something wrong. Hal scans the class again. Anyone else? Eleonora? Oh, I should have known that. Did they thump their feet? But we can't get animals yet. So it makes sense that we can't do this yet. Has anyone here seen Shield and Sock? No, I have not. They fly away. We're not going to do that. I don't know. Come on, Eleonora. Think about it, Hal says encouragingly. You could at least try to guess. You give him a blank look. They thump their feet to warn other hotboys in the area, he says. They're very communal animals. You look over to see Tang smirking at you. You both got it wrong, but she still thinks she's better than you. You know what, Tang? Screw you. It's a fun comedy. Works. Eight biology. Okay. Kinda want to try another bravery one. Oh, wait. Does anyone want to talk? Where's Dice? That wants to talk. Also, hello. Thus is such a dry, hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, baking the usually lush Vertumnan jungle. If there is a breeze, it's warm, and you guessed it, dusty. Your parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. They're usually gone by the time you wake up and home after you're asleep, so you have to visit them at work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry, your dad greets you cheerily. Have you come to see the harvest? Your mom and I are gathering crops from actual Vertumnan dirt this week. Sure, that sounds neat. He shows you around the rows of corn and beans from Earth. They all look a little yellow and scraggly, not what you expected, but your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables ready to harvest. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumnalia festival is coming up. There will be a talent show and a science fair. I'm sure you're eager to participate, Eleonora. No, I'm not, but sure. Dice, you slip through the colony gates, feeling the breeze from the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. You look around for Dice, but he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe he went to class today? Probably not. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear what sounds like crying coming from one of the expedition vehicles. You pull back the tarp that keeps it from being blanketed with fungal spores, and find Dice curled up in the cabin. He wipes his eyes and turns away. Go away, he mutters. Are you okay? I'm fine, Dice sniffles. Just leave me alone. This is a great hiding place coming in. Ooh, persuasion. Yep. Do you want to talk about it? Why didn't you go ask my sister? He mumbles. Tang is so mature. She knows everything. I'm just a sensitive little crybaby who doesn't know anything. Oh my god, Dice. No, you're not. Dice wraps his arms around his legs and hides his face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. He rubs his nose on his sleeve. Except for you, I guess. Sometimes it feels like you're the only person who's ever tried to be my friend. Yes. We can be more than that. Yep, I said that. I did say that. Okay, so this is where we are going to go dive into persuasion. Because it is important. Humanities, right? Yeah. Welcome, Eleonora. Professor Hell greets you. I hope you're all warmed up and ready to study the glorious humanities. History, literature, language, media, and philosophy. And yes, if you're lucky, we'll have a little ancient earth bro treat you. He seems excited about that last bit. Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, that's not cool. That is not cool. We're not gonna get it. Oh, we can get it. Strangely enough. Interesting. Okay. I'd hoped for a bit more persuasion, but apparently it was creativity that we got more. First, Vertumnalia. In Earth's history, Udicott begins and then clears her throat and waits for everyone to quiet down. Vertumna was known as the god of seasons, change, gardens, and fruit. It's no coincidence that our forebears of the Vertumna project chose to take on such an auspicious name, in the hopes of seeding future bountiful season of humanity. We will continue this tradition of Vertumnalia, a midsummer festival to celebrate our Vertumna, this lush planet upon which we find ourselves today. Sure. Okay. All our... Yeah. This year the earth plants look even less robust than usual, but they're supplemented by some Vertumnan plants you've come to appreciate. Juicy potato pods and slabs of edible fungi. Sure. Ooh. Sure, give me the science fair. Attention competes, sure. Okay, reasoning challenge. We have quite some reasoning, honestly. Oh, I hate this one. I want to get rid of that one. Set neighbors to this value. Okay, we're gonna go. Oh, that's gonna suck. 41? How? That's impossible. What if I do it like this? Is that both 14? Oh, no. No, just give me 14. Okay, fine. We're not gonna make it anyways, I think. You know what? Fine. Come on. Give me the stress. Vinegar volcano. Friendship with Tangent. Friendship with Tammy. We're popular. Gain the Science Fair Champion card. Okay, cool. And we got some stuff back because we got time off. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, we need the persuasion. But also... bravery. Mars may not be as skilled as sportsball players as Anemone, but she plays hard. She orders people around like a team captain, but she isn't so great at passing the ball. She'd rather be the star. Her favorite thing is to spike the ball right into the opposing net stop's body. It's not a legal move, but she's done it so many times that the opposition now stands further back when Mars has the ball, which is exactly what she wants. Did you see that? Anemone complains to you during a break. Mars wouldn't pass the ball to either of us for 10 whole minutes. Somebody has to do something. We need more persuasion. Let's just not pass her the ball. Fair. For the rest of the game, you and Anemone pass to each other and ignore Mars. She notices, but just assumes she wants to be the star too and doesn't give you any hassle. The thing you've learned with Mars is that she loves to be the best. She doesn't have the kind of ego that makes her mean about it. Doesn't really solve the problem, but it's kind of fun anyway. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Cool. Done. Not gonna complain about it. Okay, now I have 13 bravery. Okay. So then it's tripped in my room. Anemone says, telling you all about the bug she saw in her quarters. Its wings were as big as my hand and it had feelers like, whoa. It was bouncing all over the place like Boing, boing, boing. She gestures excitedly, swinging her arms over her head. The bugs here are so big, and they're everywhere. I was gonna give it to Tang, she says. She loves gross big stuff. But she said I should just let go, because if it stung me, I might get weird mutant powers. I mean, other than the one I already have. And I wanted to see if I got more weird mutant powers, and I started jumping around off higher and higher things until I was jumping off the back of the ship and I got in so much trouble. But I wasn't even that high. She stops in her tracks. Hold on, she says, stooping to rub irritably at her knees for probably the 100th time in the past 5 minutes. Ugh, I'm going to die. I busted up my knees and it's so itchy when my skills grow in. Annie, don't pick at it. Chief Steward Antecedent's voice rings out across the garrison yard. Pleasant but firm. It instantly transports you back to being in the ship's crash, tugging on her skirts and calling her auntie. Anemone jumps and stands up straight, her hands flying to her sides. But Mom, Anemone whines, digging her fingers into her knees as Auntie Seeded approaches you both. It's so scraptastically itchy. I know, lovely. Auntie Seeded sows her, patting down her riotous red hair. But the more you pick at it, the thicker your skills are gonna grow in. What if I wanna have cool skills? She pouts. Auntie Seedon smiles indulgently. At the rate you're going, I'm sure you'll be covered in them before you know it. No need to rush. Anemone's skin is dotted with patches of protectively bloomed green scales that grow in wherever she gets a cut or scrape. She rubs the patch on her jaw indignantly. The ones she got when she ran headfirst into the food synthesizer back on the ship. The queue for the nanoprinters is over a week long, so I patched her pants with scraps from your brother's clothing. Please try not to put any more holes in them or yourself, okay? She hands the clothes to Anemone and kisses her on her forehead. Anemone sticks out her tongue and gags. Yuck. Galactic, she breathes as she runs her fingers over the odd-colored patches. Then, right there in the middle of the yard, she unashamedly squirms out of her pants and pulls on the new ones. Wow, I look like a fighter jet from the Holos, she exclaims, showing off her new pants. Like when they'd stencil your kill count on your plane. Or like a really cool scar. You think you have seen that movie many years ago? Fair enough, Bissy. Yeah, you get it. My pants are scarred, just like me. That's a way to look at it. Sure. Dice? No, talking to dice. Okay. No, talking to Mars either. Okay, now we can do the other. Oh, humanities, right? Yes. Today's assignment is an easy one. Hal says with a yawn, because I was up late repairing congruence as subterminal and I could use a nap. I'd like you to write an essay on what the Vertumna colony means to you. Ooh. Freedom, equality, and democracy. You list all the keywords you can think of to describe an ideal government. Did you say freedom yet? Although you aren't totally sure if the colony's government is a real democracy. You know the council votes on things, but you don't get the vote. And who chooses the council members anyway? The governor? Which is the governor? The council? You may be just a kid, but you can tell you're missing something here. Yup. That is a good one. We are missing something. Oh, there. Perfect. Cool. Next. I wish we would just get more persuasion. But we'll have to do with what we have, I guess. Yeah. we still know all these things, so that's good. Here you are. It's pouring rain, and everyone's trying to stay dry under the grass roof palapas. Everyone except Dice. Off in the distance, over at the wall near the sports ball fields, he's definitely skulking. Quietly follow him. Yes. Rebellion and perception. Nice. Grimacing, you step into the rain to follow him as he disappears around the garrison. He steps into an overgrown path between the building and the wall where they store practice dummies. When you see him again, Dice is crouching beside the wall. He looks around, checking to see if anyone's watching. Then he's gone. What? Yay, we can sneak out. Curiosity at maximum, you rush over to where he'd been crouching. Hidden behind some pop flowers, you find a drainage pipe in the wall big enough to squeeze through. There is a heavy grate over it to keep animals out, but you can slide it aside and crawl through. From the marks in the door, that's exactly what Dice has been doing. He's sneaking out of the colony. Maybe you can too. Oh yeah. Let's go. Okay. Now we can sneak out. And that's exactly what we're doing. You step Tonin. You step cautiously through the colony gates. Hey there, kiddo. Uncle Tonin blocks your way with a smile. I'm afraid expeditions is off limits for now. It's not safe out there for kids. You'd better toughen up so you can join the squad when you're older. I do want to see the map, actually. It's been a while. So this is where we are. That's where the colony is, nearby. I don't think we've been to this. Have we been to the swamp? No. No, we have been to the other, but I don't think we've ever been to the swamp. I don't think so. Good to know. Sneak out through the drain pipe. Let's go. Yep. Hi, Dice. You slipped through the drain pipe and out of the colony before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is, except for a dark form watching you from the trees nearby. Could that be... Is that Dice? He turns and disappears into the jungle. Now you're sure of it. That was definitely Dice. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Follow him. You scamper after him through the brush, heedless of branches and brambles scraping at your arms and legs. Without a proper envirosuit, you get all scratched up. The kid is fast. You quickly lose sight of Dice and can't find his trail again, but you do learn something by trying. Yup. Cool. Hop-eye. Other random thing. Let's go for the hop-eye. Your way is blocked by a strange small creature with 1 foot and 4 large eyes. What does it steal? Didn't know hop-eyes could hiss. Let's just go for the challenge. Ooh, 27. I have been... I don't know. I think a mosquito got me. Did you just say yip or yep? I think I said yep. I think. I'm not sure. Sorry. Oh no. Yeah, that like... I also have mosquito bites on my toes and I'm not happy with that. Damn little stinkers. Yeah. Yeah, they're annoying. I've only seen it a few times, but always fun when you do. This is a bit messy. +2 to your card. You know what? We're gonna do this. Okay, cool. Mosquito bites and toes? Yeah. Yeah, they got me on my toes. Sadly. Sadly. And if we don't do this, but this... No, we're gonna go do this. Yeah. Hmm. And if we do it like this, still not much. Fine. Hey, animals. That's nice. Right, there was a nest. Items. You stop for lunch. Eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouse is a watermelon. Nice and sweet, like a morsel of potato spot. A pot. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. Practice spitting seeds, why not? +1 combat. Let's go. We have some... Oh, dice again. Yes. You spot Dice sitting in a clearing, but not before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays still as you approach. Like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of the jungle so far away from the colony walls. Now that you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see the walls anymore. And he's really weird out here. When it's getting late. Dice stares unblinkingly at you as you approach. Hi, Eleonora, is all he says. Hi, Dice. He seems to be in a good mood, something you see very rarely. Did you see Utopia out there? Dice asks. Chief Surveyor Tonin is easy to sneak past, but Utopia's like X-ray vision eyes or something. She'll catch you for sure if you get too close. She caught me once and I got in big trouble. How about I show you something cool? And sneaking out will be our secret, okay? He jumps up and walks a little ways into the trees. You follow. Just a few minutes away, the ground drops off and a large stone outcropping juts over a cliff face. Dice walks right to the edge without slowing. It's a long way down. Come on, he says. Oh, we are gonna be brave. You had one in your place that stung you for 10 times in one night. Think because you moved toward it was too incompetent, but all 10 were icky as yeah. You appear very happy you've not had a mosquito bite in like forever. You lucky. They apparently don't like your blood. Lucky bastard. Okay. Next round. Super cool. Extra bravery. Nice. You bravely step onto the rock and walk out to the edge with Dice. You both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and looking out at the amazing view. It's incredible. You snap a picture with your holopalm, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret. Yours and Dice's. Nice. Perception is almost at the first perk. Oh, that's really good. And then we got this beautiful Vista card. And 30 less stress so we can continue. Nice. And how much friendship? 2 friendship with Dice. I am not gonna complain. Ooh. Yes. There in the clearing, the most majestic creature you've ever seen. It's like a unicorn from your dad's storybooks, but with leathery reptile skin that shines when the light hits it. It moves so softly, like it doesn't even disturb the ground. It could be dangerous, but you want to see when it does. Be as quiet as possible. We can do this. That's a good one, actually. Sure. I have a feeling we can do this better. No, we can't. Interesting. Oh! We can do that. I'm not gonna complain. 3 perception. We got our first perk. Nice. Not even through the first year we got our first perk. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mush trees, the Unisaura looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands in its neck against it thoroughly. Then it pees, like a crystal waterfall, on a rock. Everything it does seems magical. You quietly take a picture with your holopalm, but you know you can't share it or you get caught for sneaking out. Next, it sharpens its horn against a rock, which is scored with marks from having done this before. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. You notice a bulge in its stomach. It must have had a huge meal recently. Or it is pregnant. Eventually it curls up for a nap, and you quietly sneak away. This was so wonderful. For Tumna is a magical place. New perk. All collectibles glow. What does that do? Wait, what? Huh? That's a different perk. All collectibles glow. What do you mean? Okay, that's less cool. Magical place if the whole planet isn't killed off. Yeah, we're gonna try to prevent that, Yip. Come on now. You know we are trying. Oh, Tonin is there. Ooh, I'm not sure we can get to Tonin actually. Is there any item around here? No. Oh wait, if we go through... How did we get here even? When there is a question mark. Wait, how is that a question mark again? They do respawn? How did they respawn? Oh, I want that one. But also I want to go to Tonin. You're minding your own business when you stumble into... You say we can do better, a kill of both the planet and the colony? Okay. That would be worse, I have to agree. Genocide on both sides. Or no, that would just be total annihilation. There's something here. Something invisible that makes the hairs on your arms stand on end. Like an electric aura. As you walk forward, it begins to feel like something nipping at your ankles. When you look down, there's nothing there. You back away, the sensation stops. You move forward. Oh, it's worse. The feeling is like tiny electric bites, and it's growing more intense. Some kind of microscopic gnats? An electric field of some sort? It hurts, but maybe you can find a way to avoid it and get through this area. Perceive it. We have perception high anyways. Oh, that sucks. 9. Bingo. Fine. Let's go perception up. By trial and error and a little intuition, you find a route through whatever it is. The shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal poems, and you can hear a humming from the poems, and decide it must be some kind of natural electric field. Maybe the word of animals, like you. Maybe. This is the last one. The mush trees are at the tallest in wet, and you come across a cluster of them that look ripe for harvesting. If you were older, you could probably cut them down and get some kudos for them. Give them a friendly pat. You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves under your hand. It's not a tree though, but a camouflaged creature lying against the trunk. It's small and looks a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree like it's giving it a hug. There we go. Learned a new thing. Last one. Yeah. You let your mind wander as you're walking and bumble straight into a field of gelatinous blob grass. Totally transparent, the sticky fronds are hard to see but even harder to ignore. Especially once they start glomming onto your boots and slowing you down. You need to find a way through it. That's for the last bit. I see now. 2, 5, and -1. Then we do 1, 1, 2, 0. Just like that then. And now we need 5. 0, 0, 0, 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2. Super goal. Let's go. That's what we wanted. Perception +3. There it is. You can hop along from that rock to that fallen log, then climb over those old pieces of surveying equipment, and you get through the villainous blobgrass. You spend a bunch of time on it though, and it takes some tricky balancing. It is tiring. You're too worn out. We're gonna go home. And that's perfect because we are gonna go into a break. 2 bravery, 2 perception, and friendship with dice. And that is what we wanted. Ah! Monster crashing through the walls. Yes. Time shifts to a wreckage of your home. Yes, have that before. You know what? This is where we're gonna leave you. I'm gonna do this once we get back. Get yourself a drink, a snack, go to the bathroom, stretch, move around. Be nice to yourself, and I hope to see you in 5. Thanks for sticking around, people. Right. We had another we had the same dream actually. Which are actually like this memories in disguise, but sure. You wake up shouting no, but your voice is drowned out by a deafening rumble from the skies outside. The bedroom window is covered in water. It's pouring down from the clouds. You guess this must be rain, but you've never experienced it before. There's a bright flash from outside, then another crack and rumble. Thunder. It must be a thunderstorm. Thank you, Yip. Loud thunder. Run outside and play in the rain. Hell yes. Absolutely. Oh, we are going the rebellious way here. Let's go. Enjoy your movie, Sumi. Also, which one are you gonna watch? Loud thunder where you are, you mean? Ooh. And we have just thunder in the game as well. Send some my way. I would like a thunderstorm, Pissy. A loud one that just hangs over for a while. It's surprisingly warm outside. You do not know what you're watching, Vita's picking. Let us know when you do know, please. I would appreciate that. I'm just curious. It's surprisingly warm outside and the water feels nice hitting your head. Everything smells fresh and damp and wonderful, and the dusty packed ground has turned to squelchy mud between your toes. You don't go too far from the door to your quarters. But it's exciting being outside in the dark, watching dramatic streaks of lightning arc down to the hills behind the colony. Ooh, that sounds lush. Yes. Give me a good thunderstorm. Okay. So. Bravery is at 16. We need more persuasion. And I think this is only... You like rain when you're sleeping in a tent? Oh, me too. Me too. Oh yeah, I need a break. Never mind. We're just gonna hang out here then. Babysitting. Empathy and creativity. I really don't care about that right now. The lounge is a long, well-lit hall along the outer hull of the ship's med section. It's strewn with tables and cushions and serves as a communal living room for the tiny one-room spaces every family is assigned. You flop down into the lounge's big beanbag pile with some of the other kids. Cal has a dazed, peaceful look in his face. The air smells so good on Vertumna, and so does the dirt even. You notice his clothes are filthy, but obviously Cal couldn't care less. Anemone bounces in. Holy crap, there's so much space to run around and play in. Common Chief Rat set up an outdoor sports ball court and is way huger than the old one on the ship. We know. Tangent carefully selects one cushion from the pile and perches on it. The school's expanding to some of the empty engineering bays, she tells you, and we're getting a big new lab to do the experiments using local resources. There's so much to learn about this planet. Anemone rolls her eyes, but Ten continues. We shouldn't forget our studies just because we've landed, she says primly. I want to explore the jungle. Eleonora's right, you're over your shoulder, and you're startled to find Dice standing right behind you. Ha! When did he get here? Did you see those huge beasts in the jungle as we were landing? Dice continues, picking at the thread on the sweater until it unravels. Wonder if there are more out there. We are 50-50 on our rebellion, but our friendship with Dice is perking up. You've had less of the deja vu dreams come to life feeling this week, and you're starting to think you'd even imagined it. But suddenly you get a prickling sensation in the back of your neck, and remember that Mars is about to enter this lounge and tell everyone to look outside. You stare at the door. You mean we know what your studies can lead to, Tang? Exactly. Mars walks through it as if on cue. OMG, everybody, look outside, they're hoisting a flag over command, she says, clapping her hands excitedly. You know what that means, right? She stands tall with her hands on her hips. Vertumna is officially humanity's first exocolony. Ever. You look out at the flag, feeling dizzy, and suddenly mouth the words along to what she says next. You remember this moment so well. This is history, kids, she exclaims, wrapping anemone and tangent under each arm. And we were there. Yeah, we've already done that. You do not want to forget at this moment. Although, you know what? We are gonna forget some of them. Yeah, sure. We have that double anyways. Just to make sure we get less of the low cards when we have the higher ones. Okay. Tammy almost doesn't notice you approach. She's bent over her holopalm, intently taking notes, until you get close enough that her ears wiggle and she looks up surprised. Oh, hello, Eleonora. She greets you cheerfully. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. You ask her what she's studying, and she flushes pink and tucks in her ear. Oh, I'm not studying, she says. I'm making a list of my friends' favorite things. She laughs, a little bit embarrassed. And well, you're my friend, Eleonora, so what's your favorite color? Out of all these, I want green. Green. She notes your answer, then asks what your favorite dessert is. Fresh fruit. Tammy carefully notes this as well. Okay, last question. What's your favorite toy? A helipalm, hoverboards. You like green? Who could have guessed? I have no idea. Hoverboards. Oh, Tammy exclaims. That's Cal's favorite too. Okay, now I know what to get you for your birthday. Ask what her favorite things are? Yes. I like the color yellow, and my dolls, and my favorite sweet is cake. Cool. Okay. We wanted to get biology up as well, right? Yeah. But persuasion. Biology is at 8, persuasion is at 5. You ask a question in class and are embarrassed when everybody laughs. You guess it was something you were supposed to know? You thought Professor Held said there were no dumb questions. Get to work. Okay. Win without using the other card. I think that's a good idea. Okay. Here we go. The days have been getting shorter, with only the yellow sun barely skimming the horizon. One morning, you wake in the darkness and have to check your holopalm to know what time it is. You see a hollow stream from Mars. Good morning to all my pals, if you can even call it morning. They've named it glow season, because like everything is crazy glowing out there in the dark. I am staying the heck inside for the next month. What's the point in even going out if you can't see anything? It's going to be a long and boring month. No way, it looks cool out there. You peek out the window. The wormhole is the biggest you've ever seen it, like a massive fiery ring in the sky. The planet must be very close to it now. And out in the jungle, something new is taking place. The plants are flowering, glowing iridescent blooms. And everything is full of life. There are strange new sounds, long hooting calls and gurgling roars. After March's message is a notice from the council, warning everyone to stay safe inside. Tammy's dad and the other surveyors have been called back and the gates closed for the month. There is a tension in the air, as if everyone is waiting for something. Okay, that was late wet. We're going into the glow. Bravery and toughness. Training in the dark is really hard. You lose a lot of sports balls under the bleachers and in dark corners this month. You submit a request to engineering to make some sort of glow-in-the-dark paint so that it's easier to spot the ball, but it gets rejected for not being a priority concern. Too bad. Okay, let's see. 13. Should be able to do that. Oh man. We made it 16. I want to do this. Still 16. Okay, fine. I am so not ready for this, but we're going to do it. Okay, first glow. The endless dark of glow season must be getting to you. All week you've been having nightmares. Something is coming. Something bad is about to happen. A dreadful mantra repeats in your head. You're hardly even surprised when the emergency sirens start up. You peek out at the gates and yes, they should be closed, but they're open. Just as you dreamed or remembered. But the details are foggy. There are monsters. The closest assembly point is the children's crash, but from the opposite direction you hear shouting and loud popping noises. Gunfire. The colony under attack? Help fight. You'll try your best to be brave and fight back. First you dodge some helpful grown-ups who'll point you back to the crash. Then you head outside to get your bearings. 5 rebellion, 20 stress, gain a memory. And gain status heroic. Interesting. You can hear yelling from up the stairs to command, and a commotion to the southeast at Geoponics where your parents are working. Geoponics. Your parents are defending the greenhouses from a pack of knee-high creatures which seem to have eyes growing all over their bodies. Their oily flesh ripples with a constant, subtle motion as the individual eyes blink one at a time, incessantly. You can't tell which end is which with these horrible things. Cal is standing nearby, wide-eyed, and he slowly picks up a shovel and moves beside you. He reluctantly holds the shovel in front of himself like a weapon. Easy, doggies, he whispers. We don't want to hurt you. Get out of here, both of you, run! Your mom shouts, attracting the pack's attention. All except one animal, which moves straight towards you and Cal. Empathy. Animal. Analyze its behavior. Or fight. Figure out what it wants. You look into its too many eyes and see fear. This creature is scared of you. To Cal's amazement, you crouch down to try to look less threatening and choose 2 eyes at random to look into, to communicate with. You start to reach out a hand, but the creature is trembling. Staring into its eyes has made it even more frightened than before. It pounces. Defend yourself. We can do that. 27. Yeah. Fair. Yeah, no, this is fine. No. Give me their 8. We can do that. Yes, super cool. Let's go. Plus an extra skill. Nice. Done. You killed it. With nothing but a rake thrust deep into several of the creature's many eyes. The rest of the pack scampers off the moment it falls, facing the eye beast. You've never killed anything before. The body of the creature that was so terrifying a minute ago now looks strangely small and harmless. All of its eyes have closed for good now. Cal crouches beside it, in shock. I told you to run, Eleonora. Uh-oh. Your mom looks furious that you put yourself in danger. She storms over and you think she's going to slap you. Then suddenly she pulls you into her arms and hugs you. She kept rocking you and saying, my baby, over and over. It's pretty surreal. Almost as weird as the dog things with the eyes, honestly. After 2 weeks of darkness with the blue sun barely skimming the horizon, it begins to move higher in the sky and daytime returns. The council admits they don't know how the gates were opened or how the creatures got in. Some of the attacking creatures were once thought to be docile. Others were a species nobody had seen before. It was like something had driven them to assault the colony. At least nobody is killed this time. Okay. Survived the first glow without any issues. Whew. Okay. I am not mad at that. We did quite well here. Okay, start H11. Cool. We need to rest. But also, Dad wants to talk, and Cal wants to talk. You're looking a little worn out, my little firefly. Your dad greets you, looking concerned. You know, despite what your mom might say, there is such a thing as too much work. Maybe some R&R over in the lounge would help you recharge those solar cells. What do you say? Maybe I just need a hug. Your dad throws his arms wide. Well, get in here, tiger butter. After a long hug, you do feel a little better. Your dad gives incredible hugs. Yay. Ooh. You're looking for Cal in the garden when you nearly trip over someone else, one of the younger kids, and they're blindfolded? Hey, they exclaim, ripping the blindfold off their face and throwing it to the ground. It's Cyrus, one of Anemone's brothers, and he glares at you. I was almost done. Cal jogs over and grabs Cyrus in a friendly headlock, ruffling his messy red hair. Dude, you were so close. Cyrus stamps his feet and complains that you got in his way. It's not her fault, Cole says. She didn't know we were playing a game. Give me a sec. I want to teach her how to play. Cal turns to you as Cyrus leaves. Sorry, Eleonora, he says sheepishly. I was teaching Cyrus a new game, but he's more like Anemone than I thought. Real competitive, you know. He stoops to pick up the blindfold, brushing off the dirt. I've been trying to come up with different kinds of games other than sports ball, he says. No winners or losers, I just want to have fun with my friends. Cal looks at you hopefully. You want to learn how to play? Let me check my schedule. Yes. Cal smiles, looks like it's gonna stretch right off its face. Radical, he shouts, jumping up and down with excitement. Okay, so first, put on this blindfold. The blindfold is a little scratchy and smells like dirt. You can feel Cal's big hands on your shoulders. I'm gonna spin you around, and when I let you go, you gotta listen to my instructions. I'm gonna walk all the way to the cafeteria, okay? You nod. You can't see Cal's grin, but you can hear it in his voice as he spins you around and counts to 10. 1, 2, 3. First, Cal says, you gotta walk forward 10 steps. Do you follow Cal's instructions as best you can? Or make things difficult for him? Make him work for it. You take 10 large steps, feeling the squelch of dirt under your shoes as you wade into the garden beds. Eleonora, Cal cries out. You're gonna get me in trouble. You shrug. Okay, next. You gonna turn a little bit to the right. You turn a lot bit to the right. No, Cal gasps, but he's definitely laughing now. That's... Come on, Eleonora. I said a little bit. You tilt your head to the side like you're listening. Then spread your arms wide and spin around in circles while Cal howls with laughter. Cal, Eleonora. A sharp voice cuts through the garden. Oh, Dip, it's your mum. What's gotten into you? She scolds as she sheepishly takes off the blindfold. Get out of the garden beds this instant, little girl, or you'll be in so much trouble. Oopsie. Cal looks gutted. I'm so sorry, Auntie, he says, staring at the ground. I was trying to teach Eleanor how to play a new game, but I didn't do it good. Are you going to let him take the fall for you? No. You tell your mom it was your fault. She raises her eyebrow at you. I know, Eleanor. You're the one I call trampling the turnips. Both of you, get out of here for the rest of the day, and no more games in the garden. Cool. Cal squeaks as he grabs your hand and you run out of the garden, away from your mom grousing about the broken plans. When you're far enough away, he turns to you and bursts out into giggles. That was wild, he shouts. Thanks, Eleonora. I really want your mom to like me and let me help out in the garden more. It's my favorite place in the whole colony. That was fun. That was just plain fun. Who liked... was it Martz who liked the crystal clusters? Yeah. See no eggs. We still don't know. Yellow flowers, medicinal roots. Yeah. Okay. Here, have the gift. Cool. Bye. Yeah, no, we are gonna take some rest. Relax in a lounge. You look around the lounge. Some friends are here. Who do you hang out with? Cal today. Cal is practicing hoverboard moves in a corner of the lounge. Because the board never touches the ground, the adults can't really complain. And this way, he has pillows to land in. He's working hard, trying and failing, flip after flip. But hasn't even broken a sweat. He waves you over. Hey, Eleonora, he says cheerfully. You want to practice with me? Sure. You practice with Cal for about an hour. It's exhausting. By the end, you're sweaty and a little sore. But you feel good. You promise him you'll come back all this month and keep him company. Exactly, that's what we do. We keep him company. Do we want to forget? No, not right now. So much has happened in the last month since the monster attack during Glow. The idea of this planet as a peaceful utopia has been shattered. The security squads are training new members and keeping close watch on the gates now. They're reinforcing the walls and even installing a few robotic turrets. In class, you have drills on what to do if the colony is attacked again. In all the excitement, you forgot today was your birthday. Your parents haven't forgotten. They wake you up early with enthusiastic shouts of surprise. A Vertumnan year is only a little longer than the year on Earth, so you've taken up its calendar for birthdays. Yours is in the second month of quiet. Sparks now drift slowly past your porthole window as you snuggle with your dad. Your mom climbs up too and sits on the edge of your bed. Your dad pulls a bowl of fruit from behind his back with a flourish, like a magic trick. At least you think it's fruit. What are those? Baba fruit. Your dad grins. The foragers have been picking these just outside the walls. They might look funny, but they're tasty. Try one. You take a cautious bite. The pulp is soft and tastes a bit like lemon, only more blue. Whatever that might mean. I bet you can't wait to join the surveyors out there, your dad says wistfully. Who knows what else you'll find. Eleanora is not allowed outside the gates, your mom interrupts, her voice sharp. It's too dangerous for kids. Well, I know, but eventually, your dad says. But your mom cuts him off again. But not now, your mom replies. Not since the attack. Not with everything we know is out there. Yeah, we're not gonna do this again. Because it's gonna give us delusions. Yeah. You know about the monster. Ooh. Your parents exchange a heavy look. The surveyors knew there was something dangerous out there we hadn't encountered yet, your mom admits, after a guilty silence. But we didn't know it would attack the colony. We thought if we closed the gates and stayed inside, it wouldn't see us as a threat. We didn't want to scare everyone, your dad adds. It was just a precaution. Even still, your mom says, it's clear that everyone should know how to defend themselves if it happens again. To be clear, this includes knowing when to run away, your dad adds. Security Chief Red's offering self-defense lessons at the garrison, you know, even for kids. If you're interested, you should drop in sometime. Your mom gives you a stern look. And I know your friend Dice has been sneaking outside the walls, she says grimly. If I catch you doing that, I'm going to put a chip in your ear. You laugh. What a good joke. Your mom doesn't laugh. What, me? Never. Yeah, you better never, your mom retorts, crossing her arms. Always. We will keep going out as much as we can. Sneakily. As a matter of fact, we're gonna have a little look around, but I think we're gonna go right now. Nobody wants to talk? Cool. Hi, Dice. Dice is perched up on a rock, silently watching the forest. He barely moves as you approach. The longer you look, the more you see, he says cryptically. Dare you to eat this worm? Oh yeah? Dice counters? Well, I double dare you to eat the worm. Well, you can't just turn down a double dare. You're no meek little Hopeye. Slimy, unsatisfying, and very, very gross. Dice eats his like a noodle, slurping it up and wrinkling his nose as it wriggles in his mouth. Yuck, he says, swallowing it whole, then shows you his empty mouth. You should have known better than to dare a person who fears nothing. Finally, the temperature is going down here. Yeah, same. I can feel the colder air come in. It's really nice. I'm brave enough. Still 27 degrees. Oh, really? It never got above 26 here today. We are at 21 right now, so we're gonna go for a nice and cool night, hopefully. I'm happy with that. It's good. Ooh. Let's see what happens if you're saying I'm brave enough. Well, so you are, Uncle Tonan exclaims, standing back to admire you with pride. You know, I'd say you might be having a growth spurt, Eleanora. They'd better watch out for you in the sports ball field. Listen, he tells you. I can see that you're a tough cookie, and I'd love to have you on my surveyor team in the future. But you'll have to wait a few more years first. Come see me when you're older, okay, kiddo? Dejected, you drag your feet as you walk through the gates to safety. Well, there is still Dice's secret way out through the drain pipe near the garrison. The adults won't let you visit the Valley of Vertigo or the subaqueous swamps, or the other cool places all the surveyors get to go yet. You could still sneak through there to explore just outside the colony walls. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. That's exactly what we're doing today. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, that's lucky. Yes. I want to go this way today. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks abandoned. Salvage. You pull up a handful of wrinkly tubers. They're probably supposed to be potatoes eventually, or maybe yams. It's hard to tell. You dig around a little longer, but it's all pretty picked over. Okay, we got a bit of extra food going. That is nice. Colony outskirts. Oh. Oh, we can go this way. We can go that way. This one. You're minding your own business when you stumble into... There's something here. Ah, the electric arc place again. We had this recently. 0 2 2. Cool. 1. No, wait, that goes there. 12. And now we only need 5. This is perfect. Oh. Oh, we got that one. Nice. Ooh. No, we're gonna do it like this. Super cool, super cool. Did we just get 6 perception extra? Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, we did get 6 perception extra. Yeah. Okay. Wood. At the top of a rise off to the east, you think you spot someone watching you. They're dressed in black. Is that Dice? But they look way too tall to be Dice. Maybe another surveyor? You blink and the figure is gone. Hike over there and look for clues. You push back down into a valley and up the other path to where you thought you saw them standing. No signs of a camp or anything obvious like a dropped bag. No note saying, "I'm watching you," signed mysterious figure. Spooky. Mysterious stranger. A mysterious stranger? Interesting. It's Tonin. Oh well. You spot Uncle Tonin, Chief Surveyor Tonin that is, bumbling about, preparing some automated survey equipment in a clearing. He's very cautious, jumpy even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes he'll pause to listen and check his surroundings, then go back to banging away. It shouldn't be hard to avoid if you don't want to get caught sneaking out. Sneak past him? We have so much perception. Come on. Oh yeah, we can do this. Set neighbors to this. That's a nice one. We are already through. And if we do it like this, we create this. Perfect. Oh! Huh? We have another round? Okay. Fine. Whew. We are almost at our second perk for perception? The hell? Okay. You sneak past Chief Surveyor Tonin easily, walking while he makes noise and ducking down when he stops to check his surroundings. Okay. This is going well. Oh, this is going really well. Be as quiet as possible. We've done this before. We're gonna do it again. Like, just give us all the perception then, in that case. Hey, Kellen, welcome in. How are you doing today? We are actually in our second life. So we played through the storyline once. We got one of the worst endings we could get. So now we're doing another round, second life, with some memories that you can keep. And we're trying to get a better ending. It is still fun, I have to agree. I have to say, yeah, it is still fun. Tricky but fun. Oh my goodness. We are going so high on perception. It's insane. What did we just get? Collectibles respawn faster and more slots are filled. Cool. Wait, what? I should settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mush trees. Oh yeah, we know. The Unisaur. Yup. New perk. So good. More items. Yeah, let's just go through until we are out of... I killed all living things on the planet in my first playthrough. I did. Except for our colony. Yeah. Yeah, we did. Sadly. A stream cuts through the path here. There must usually be stepping stones across, but the water's too high to cross safely. You know what? Screw it. We're just gonna jump over. Sure. Bingo. Nice. You bravely fall in and get wet. You flounder towards the other side, soaked but victorious. Yup. Oh, I'm so happy that we get all these roots. I have a feeling we can only get those roots in the quiet season, not in the other ones. So we need to make sure that we're out here in quiet season to get the gifts for dice. You come across a cluster of mush trees. Give them a friendly pet. Perception and... oh my goodness. So good. Try to take it home with you? Sure, why not? It is hurt, so we're gonna try to take it home with us. Oh, no, we're not gonna do that. Oh. Yeah, I can do that. That's fine. $15. What was this one? 11. I think this is a better idea. That's 16. Cool. Ooh. There we go. Took some cards, but we made it. $48 starts seems tough, to be fair. Yeah. It happens. I get it. they are not necessarily meant to be completely made every time. We're gonna call it... Why not for Hop Solo? A vagabond, a scoundrel, a ruffian with a heart of gold. Does that make you Eleonora Bacca? Mm-hmm. Cal offers to hop by a piece of bobber fruit. Cute. Hop Solo plucks the fruit from Cal's hand and hops into your lap to snuggle down and nibble on it. Cal snaps a photo with his hollow palm and shares it, captioning it "Friends for Life." Aww. Okay, we have this pet way earlier in the game now. You crawl through the big drainage pipe behind the sports ball pitch, carefully sliding the metal grate back into place behind you. Then... Aili Bacca, exactly. Carefully check that the coast is clear. Good thing too, because Uncle Tonan is passing by on his way to Garrison. You curl up in the shadows and wait for him to leave. That was close. It was. Yeah, this is gonna go well. Also, we still have rebellion at 50%. Okay. We need to rest. Oh, wait. Does anyone want to talk? Cal wants to talk. Sure. You catch Cal at the gate to the gardens. He's carrying a big bucket of rocks. "Hey, Eleonora," he exclaims. He pauses to pat your pat on the head. "And hello to you too, Hop Solo. Don't rip Yip's arms out when you lose." Why would I? Why would I? "Oh, I'm supposed to tell you there's a new park near Geoponics now," Cal says. "We can run around all we want and nobody will say we're trampling the fields. You should come play there sometime. And bring Hop Solo. They'll love it." Done. My perception is almost full. I know. It's insane. We're doing so well. This is like second year. We're 11. My perception is almost full. What the hell's going on? Okay, we need a break. And apparently we... Yeah, why Yip's arms? Indeed. Also, can we like... We can pet our pets! It sounds so cute. Listen. That's so cute. Anyways, we are getting a couple of things way earlier that we did in our first playthrough. I think we're gonna do this because the other one is just giving us friendship with Tammy, and I'm not necessarily interested in that, but Cal is good. So now we can relax in the park here. You want to make a sexual, very bad joke so bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're allowed to. Don't know random chosen. You and Cal walk through the park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank, preserved for over 20 years aboard the stratospheric before your mother started planting them here on Vertumna. Almost nothing here is grown for food, though many of them are technically edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bush of fist-sized red flowers with velvety petals. Whoa, they smell so sweet. Usually if beautiful women want to pull on something, you prefer different parts. That was in reference to Smurf's comment about ripping out your arms, right? It's so peaceful. Cal breathes deep, a funny smile on his face. It really is. This is one of my favorite places in the whole colony. You can really feel the love in every plant. Yes, yeah, I thought so. One pretty white flower in particular is flourishing here. The astrantia, your mother's favorite. It seems to be growing faster than even native plants do, covering the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. You practically have to push clumps of it aside in some places, just to make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. You said beforehand it was bad. Hey, I don't mind. I'm not judging. I'm not judging at all. Oh, yes, we want to forget the delusions. Abso-freaking-lutely. You know what? Actually, I want to forget both. Oh, we can only do one. Yes, forget delusions. Absolutely. Hi, Dad. You meet your dad's adjusting a watering pot in your mom's flower garden. He's having a sneezing fit, his eyes runny and red. You're alarmed. You've never seen him look sick before. People were hardly ever ill in the stratospheric, except sometimes when the zero-G rooms made them queasy. See, maybe that was a reason to choose Yip, so he can make a bad sex joke. You know what, Smurf? I take that. I take that explanation. That is a great reason. Not to worry, my little beanstalk, he says nasally. I'll be fine. It's just this pollen making my head a little stuffy. Conan, hello. Good evening. How's your Friday? Any plans for the weekend? He wipes his nose. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, you must never do that. Why would you think that? Okay-ish. Got of course really sick before the weekend. Oh no. I hope you feel better very, very soon. Otherwise, good. That's good to hear, though. He wipes his nose with a handkerchief and looks around. Everywhere you turn, the air is soupy and tinged with pink from all the floating pollen. On Earth, your dad tells you, we used to call this hay fever. Tell them? Even though it had nothing to do with hay. Your mum cuts in, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. The native flowers seems to be in full bloom this time of year. She buries her nose deep in them, and they smell fantastic. Your dad smells kindly and agrees that they sure are beautiful. Then he blows his nose loudly. Tell them you're scared of the pollen. Yep. Sending huggies, Kleine Cohen. Hope it will get better soon. Yeah. Your mom sighs. Eleonora, life in Vertumna is going to be very hard if you let yourself be afraid of everything. Your dad cuts in. It's okay, kiddo. It's just how plants reproduce. The pollen might make your eyes itch, but you'll be fine. You want to tell them more about the bad feeling you have in your gut when you look at that pink haze, but you can't put it into words. Nope. Your dad's eyes look so sad. Maybe that's just the allergies. Hey, Eleonora, I know the last few weeks have been very hard for you. This might be a good time to relax and stick around in the quarters wing. Not so sure about that, Dad. I think we're just gonna sneak out again. How about that? If you finished Death Stranding 2 yet? Not yet. Wanted to do it actually this week, but gotta move it to next due to your sickness. But you're getting closer. Glad you're getting closer. That's good. Also, defense training, combat and animals, some friendship with Anemone. I think some combat training is not a bad idea. We are very high in perception. We could use some extra bravery, but I think we still have time for that. Let's just do this. You attend your first session of Security Chief Rat's self-defense classes. It's a small class, mostly security officers and other adults. You and Anemone are the only kids. She gives you a wink and a cheesy thumbs up as you listen to Rat rant about how everyone in the colony needs to learn self-defense. You could be walking along, thinking you're safe within the walls, and a flying animal could swoop out of the sky. Then what would you do? Rat chops the air with his hand. I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to chomp that beast right in the throat. Hee-ya! He points at the assembled class, but only if you learn what I'm about to teach you. And the only way to learn is by doing. Who wants to volunteer for a demonstration? Step forward. The security chief doesn't scare you, or so you pretend. Red is like the biggest adult you know, and he's so intense. You step forward. And Red nods as he crouches down. Okay, he says. I'm a manticore. Stalking you through the forest. What do you do? Kick it in the face. Run away. Ooh. There's a smattering of laughter among the other students, but you have to live your truth. If you see a manticore, you are out. Red doesn't laugh. That's correct, he says proudly. Only engage with the enemy when there's no other alternative. No one walks away from a fight without getting hurt. So the first rule of self-defense is to not put yourself in situations where you need to fight. Once you've learned situational awareness, we'll move on to hand-to-hand self-defense, drawing on a variety of martial arts. Only when I'm confident that you're ready, we will advance to weapons. There aren't that many weapons in the colony, mostly stun gloves and batons, with a few plus rifles. You hope you don't have to use them, but it'll be good to know how. There we go. You were right. Ooh. This is slightly annoying. So we could say we do this, but that's still, well, we're winning anyways. So what if we do it like this? That one here, as standard. That would win it. Yeah, fine. We're not gonna get a... I'm not mad at this. This is going well. Early pollen goes into mid pollen. So cute. I would like some more persuasion, honestly. Or biology. Let's do persuasion. I know there will be ads. I'm gonna throw in a tea time. There we go. There's some sort of emergency in engineering that requires Hal's attention, so today's class will be taught by the ship's artificial intelligence, Congruence. Good morning, Congruence chirps. Today we're going to talk about the formation of the Vertumna group and our decision to leave Earth. It's a very exciting topic, and we think you're finally ready to hear about it. Let's dig in. You know how it started: economic and environmental instability coupled with deeply entrenched hatreds had thrown the Earth into chaos. And you know how it ended. In that chaos, your parents formed the Vertumna group with a plan to leave Earth. 20 years later, they and their starborn children, you, slid through a wormhole and ended up here, on a planet you called Vertumna. There's so much you don't know. Congruence pulls up a hollow projection of an unassuming human with a firm maternal gaze. This is Planktonic Ascendant's Wang Butcher-Smith, she says, the spiritual leader of the Vertumna movement. They were what people call the speculative fiction writer. The Vertumna project proved that their writing, though speculative, was far from fiction. Wait, a sci-fi author? Yes, Congress tells you. Their best-selling novel, Life Beyond the Einstein-Rosen Bridge, told the story of a fictional utopia on the other side of the real-life anomaly at the edge of the solar system. Scientists had been investigating the wormhole for years, but it took a poet to imagine we could travel through it. Wang Butcher-Smith's writings centered around the idea of humanity building a technological utopia on another planet. Translated to 100 languages, this was a compelling idea to people at the time, so fans started connecting in first base. Far from just a book club, these people bonded over mutual aid amid the increasing unrest in their own countries. They were committed to Wang Butcher-Smith's idea of a future where everyone is treated equally without prejudice. But they realized it couldn't be done online, Congruence tells you. Though committed to social justice, the group saw the impossibility of forming a truly egalitarian society, while also reckoning with their own implicit biases and the diverse context of their real lives. They realized that this was the work of generations, and the solutions must look to the future, as Wengbotha Smith did. So they got together. The image of a squat, concrete building with a rooftop garden replaces Wengbotha Smith. Around the edges of the classroom, the holoprojector gives the impression of towering walls topped with a razor wire. The first Vertumna colony, Congruence tells you, 400 people volunteered to sacrifice their own cultural beliefs to walk through these doors, agreeing to come up with a new way of life that would be taught to their children. Babies were conceived from egg and sperm donors chosen by lottery and raised communally, like you as the second generation of the Vertumna group. Those babies were your parents. Wait, was this some kind of cult? Yes, Congruence tells you cheerily. The Vertumna group was widely considered to be a non-religious cult. Membership was outlawed in some countries. Yep. Planktonic ascendant Wengbotha Smith was later assassinated for their connection to the group, and the ensuing violence affected many lives. You think of your mother and her prosthetic leg, and how she rarely talked about her life on Earth. The holoprojection now shows the compound under siege. As more colonies were founded, word got out about the Vertumna group's social experiments. Congruence continues. Assimilationism was an unpopular ideology at the time, because it had been used to commit terrible genocides on Earth. This, combined with panic that the Vertumna group was destroyed. Good night, Vertumna. Hello, Kurapeg. How are you doing? This, combined with panic that the Vertumna group was destroying the family unit or raising an army of gene-tech super soldiers, brought the colony under attack from all sides. Cultural assimilation is horrible. Yeah, it is. In leaving behind inherited traditions, rules, and resentments, the hope is that humanity may be wiped clean of centuries of intergenerational trauma. Congruence sounds like she's reciting doctrine. Even the first generation of the Vertumna group wasn't certain it was possible. You're the beginning of the new beginning. Who knows what you'll be capable of? You get the feeling you're not going to get a nuanced answer from the ship's AI. Nope. The image of the burning compound is replaced with the stratospheric on the launch pad. Luckily, the next phase of the Vertumna project was ready to launch. 100 colonists were selected to leave Earth on a colony ship, to see the far-flung corner of the universe with a new human culture. She smiles. The ultimate goal of the Vertumna group was you, children, she says. A generation raised completely unburdened by troubles that plagued Earth. Isn't that lovely? But how did they build the ship? Orbital voyages were a hobby for the ultra-rich in an earlier century, so there were several relics to be found in museums, Congruence replies. The difficulty was not in acquiring a ship, but in making it space-worthy and in the logistics of the launch itself. The group crowdsourced enough funding to purchase and repair the ship, Congruence smiles. As for logistics, well, you're speaking to the solution right now. I was acquired by connected group members, along with the gene tech that created you and your parents. Acquired. The stratospheric was the first manned vessel to navigate the wormhole at the edge of the solar system. Given the state Earth was in when it left, it may have been the last. Welcome back from ads, people. What was Earth like when they left? Terrible. Congruence shows you some dire demographics. The institutions that had given people the illusion of safety were turned down, and wars were rampant, both resource-based and ideological. A large part of the Earth were rendered uninhabitable by climate change, pollution and nuclear war, especially the critical food-growing regions of the world. The Vertumna group weren't the only ones trying to escape Earth, but as far as we know, we are the only success. So nobody on Earth was like us? The Vertumna group members have a unique culture, Congruence replies, but it's formed from a combination of many heritages from Earth. Even the language you speak, Esperanto, was invented to bring people together. And don't worry, Congruence exclaims, you brought your best heritage with you. You're humans. So much information. Your head is so stuffed with ideas it might burst. Professor Hell and your parents never mentioned this stuff before. They waited to tell you because they wanted you to grow up without feeling different, based on your genetic makeup or family history. It's hard to imagine having a different culture than your neighbors. You wonder what it's like. Everyone's celebrating different holidays, eating different foods, speaking different languages. Are you missing out? Or are you better without it, like the original colonists believed? It's hard to say, as the decision was made for you long before you were born. All you can do is to be the best Eleonora you can be. Yup. Ooh, that one is locked in. Okay. We win. Cool. Done. You're finishing breakfast in a common area when Marzipan struts in. Look at you, eating cereal, she says, turning her nose up at you. I'll bet you don't even know what day today is. It's Valentine's Day. No, you dummy, Marge starts, then pauses and gives you a suspicious look. Wait, what do you say? Well, anyway, today, she announces to the room, it's St. Valentine's Day. Dice and Tammy wander over to hear more. Back on Earth, Mars explains, it was a day when everyone had to give their best friend a gift, especially sweets. And then you put the sweets under your pillow and it makes you dream about who you're going to marry. And there are decorations of hearts and arrows. And pigs. Tammy cocks her head. Why pigs? Before Mars can answer, Dice snorts. This is dumb. Marzipan just made it up to get free candy. He rolls his eyes and walks away. As he leaves, Mars shouts at his back, well, nobody was going to pick you anyway. You stink. I think it's dumb too. Mars rolls her eyes. Then go cry under a tree with a smelly knoll at Dice. The rest of us will have friends. And candy. Nope. We're gonna stand up to Mars this time. I have a feeling that's gonna be necessary. Hey, Tang. Tension is waving her hands vigorously in the air. She's playing a study game on her holopalm where you have to match falling numbers into correct equations. She barely notices you come up. Logically, we should be friends. On second thought. She shrugs and goes back to her game. Yeah. Oh, wait. Interesting. Let's go for this one. You lay out the reasoning. Strength in numbers, deal making as the foundation for human society, and so on. Tang pauses the game, and her eyes focus on you. Oh, shite. No, I didn't want to do that. Oh, that's stupid. Wait. Wait. I forgot what this did. Yeah, we're gonna go back to that one. Sorry. Nope. Hello, Dice. It's gonna be you. You find Dice watching the jungle through a gap in the fence, kicking the dirt with his toe. He's quiet when you woke up. He must be in one of his moods. Watch with him. You sit and watch the jungle with him for a while. You ask if he sneaks out there often. Dice nods quietly. A few times, yeah. There's a way through behind the garrison building. You both sit in silence again for a long while, until he breaks it by saying, "It's really nice out there." Want to be best friend to annoyed Mars? You explain that of course you aren't taking it seriously, you just think it would be funny. He looks at you and shrugs. "Sure, I guess," he says, and then looks back at the forest. "It is kind of funny. It's a stupid thing anyway." Exactly, Dice. Also, hi. Does this interest you? Yes, it does. I knew it would. Parents. Marts. She's in a huff because you didn't pick her for Valentine's Day? Seems like nobody picked her. I can't believe you chose Dice. Over me? Whatever, Mart's mother is tossing her hair. I'm just too mature for kids my age. The older kids got me, even if you don't. Okay, bye. Whatever. Tangent is watching a construction crew build scaffolding for the new engineering pavilion. They're using mushwood, which is so light that one person can easily lift a 10-meter long pole and stack it into place. She points towards them. Human beings are so great, don't you think? Before we landed, this was all just dirty jungle. Now it's civilization. I've been learning about adaptability in writing and biology class. The books say it's what sets us apart from the animals. Like, we don't need fur because we can make warm clothes. And if it's too hot, we can make air conditioners instead. Maybe the animals have neat adaptations? Tangent rolls her eyes at you. Maybe. But even if they do, I haven't seen any sign of intelligent life here. It's just those big, dumb xenofauna. Some animals here are smart and friendly. Tang looks skeptical. They're still animals, Eleonora. Maybe they're just pretending to be nice so you'll feed them. You're lucky it didn't eat you. Tang, are you forgetting that we are animals too? Are you forgetting that we are mammals and thus animals? I mean, for as smart as you are, you know very little about the animal kingdom and our biology. I mean, yes, please make me an air conditioner. Fair. Tang looks skeptical. I didn't say, I already said that. She folds her arms. Dwarves must look cute, but one can eat through a bag of rice in less than 30 minutes. Even an herbivore can be dangerous here. Doesn't have to want to eat you to be able to hurt you. Together you watch as the foreman puts the blueprints for the scaffolding onto the floating screen of her hollow palm and raises it to the scaffolding to check their progress. I'd like to see an alien do that, Tang says primly. Humans look defenseless and weak, but we're the strongest species in the galaxy. Who else can literally bend reality to their will? Not a stupid alien, that's for sure. Oh my god. See, we should have made different... We should have gone a different route last time. We should not have made friends with Tangent. Tangent is... this. She thinks she's superior to everything. Oh, I'm this king of now is Bloodhound Gang. Wait, what? You're just thinking of Bloodhound Gang. Did not write that well. Ah, okay. Oh, you're thinking of now is Bloodhound Gang. Check. Why are you thinking of that? Oh, because of the animals and the kingdom. Yes. Check. It's Friday evening. We are slightly unhinged here when it's Friday evening. She puts one finger to her chin. I'm living proof that humanity is greater than our biology because of mammals. Yeah. I get it. All of us are, really, with our genetic enhancements. We're the next step in humanity's evolution from great ape to galactic superspecies. Yeah, there are just 100 more steps between where you are now and galactic superspecies. Yeah. Bye, Tang. You know what, Dice? You're kind of right about your sister. We're slightly unhinged here always, not just on Friday. Shh. You're not wrong. What are we gonna do? More persuasion? More biology? More bravery? You didn't hear anything? Cool. Sure. It's all friendship with tangent. Because we're studying. But I do need some. So far, things look good in the game, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're going the right direction right now. Snow, hi, how are you doing? You're bringing supplies to Map Bay when you see something unusual. Tension curled up on a bench, her head pillowed on a rolled up lab coat. You're so tired and you're so over this pregnancy. How much longer, Snow? You're almost there, aren't you? Or was it a bit longer? I thought you were almost there. You're on week 35. Okay, a bit over a month. You can do this. You can do this. But I understand. So take all the rest you can. Let Leaky pamper you. You can do it. This little boy is so active in kicking your ass. Hey, but that's a good sign though. You just want to sleep. I understand. Take all the little mini naps you can, okay? Like when he's resting, you can rest too. Make sure that you do that. And you probably do. And my advice is void because you're already doing that. But still, I just want you to know that that's okay. It is, but it's so frustrating. It's like he's trying to climb out alien style. You know what? It is. You'll be okay. But I get it. I get it. It's like, it's not that I've been there, but I can see that, hey, come on. That's not fun. After the pregnancy, you can kick his ass back, and now you can kick Gleek's ass for doing this to you. It is his fault. Kinda is. Kinda is. Also yours, of course, but still. I mean, technically, yeah, it takes two to tango, Snow. Not yours, just his. Well, honestly, there are so many things that are determined by the man. And gender is definitely a part of that. In no time, he'll be asking you for money. Fair enough, Kuro. We doing tango? I'll just watch. Excuse you, easy? I'm not sure you understand which type of tango we were talking about. Oh, I bet this dance you can. Otherwise, I need to talk with Mrs. P. It is Friday evening. Easy. Also, hi. Hi. Wait, I get it now. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just watch. You know what? Fine. Do your thing. I don't mind. If you want to be a voyeur, be a voyeur. All good. All good, all good, all good. Yip is tired, but good. I am also slightly tired and warm, but good. A voyeur of Nira. Who's Nira? Oh, I don't mind watching either. Or being watched. Yeah, never mind. Let's continue. You stop and stare. You never see Tang sleeping. She's always so busy. You're surprised she even has time to nap. You turn to leave her in peace when you bump into Anemone. Pull up a chair, I'll bring snacks. Easy. I'm the one person taking care of all the snacks. Remember the events and stuff? The way I work? The work I do, kinda, sorta. Volunteering. You don't have to... Yeah, well, we appreciate it if you bring snacks. And ask for consent of watching. But if you want to pull up a chair and people that you're watching are okay with that, do it. Fair. I'll leave it to the pros then. I can make a mean snack board for you for your moment. You think being watched would make you nervous? It depends if people are like intentionally watching you or just watching the action around them. There's a difference. There's a difference, but I get what you're saying, Yip. There's a difference. Anyway, how the hell did we get here? Right, me mentioning Tango. And Easy thinking that he wanted to watch people dance. Yeah. I'm sorry, Snow, how this went out of control completely. It's all relative, okay? Is it though? Because honestly, like, it's not this week, but next weekend that I do my events again. Like, I have a red and a pink play party. I'll be doing what we just talked about. It can be. For you, maybe. For me, it's at least once a month. Can't say that I get paid for it, but sorta. Whoa, Anemone says. She hardly ever sleeps. Like, just a couple hours a night. Is she sick or something? Idly innocent. Where is it? There. Speaking of snacks, we're still waiting for dinner. Oh no, that sucks. I semi-pro. Semi. I'm so jealous of her genetic enhancement. Ooh. Uh-huh. Anemone says, rubbing at one of the scales sprouting on her jawline. She hardly needs to sleep at all. She's probably stayed up all night studying for this morning's history test. That was a test? Me. Meh, I flunked it, Anemone says matter-of-factly. No biggie though. If I didn't have to sleep, I'd probably play games instead of studying anyway. This is me. Although I did both. I did both. And still kind of slept. Tang's hollow palm beeps a soft alarm. She sits up and stretches, looking totally refreshed and alert. She sees you watching her and looks annoyed. Just a power nap, she says. No reason to gawk. Okay, bye. But Easy, that's really sucky that you're still working for it. They never sent out your order though? Sent your order through. Called the food place yourself and got it sorted out. The lovely owner is now closing his business for the day, making your order and delivering it himself. Bless him. That is really sweet, but fuck them. As in, thuisbezorgd. That's not cool. Man. Ha, we made it. What did you guys order though? Really sucky that you're still waiting for it at like 10, almost 10:30. Damn. Okay, one more biology. That's kind of cool. Thank you. Are we trying to get more biology in, or are we gonna wait for that slightly? Wait. Snowwolf? What are you replying to? Yip. At the same time that they start asking for money, they also go into puberty and make your life a living hell. You get the fun of doing it for about 8 years in a row. Yep, that really depends on the kid. Like, not every kid in puberty is making their parents' life a living hell. Absolutely not. And especially not for a full 8 years. Easy, you're just using Desperate to look for places and order directly. You don't trust them anymore. You ordered your Friday dinner, French fries snacks. Nice. Like, I'm not sure. I think it works better in the big cities because I don't have much issues with them. Like every now and then there is something happening. But most of the time it goes fine. Okay. What are we gonna do? Also, I completely missed you raiding out, by the way, Easy. Sorry about that. We are gonna throw in some defense training. I think that's a good idea. You run into Cal and Anemone on the hill behind the garrison at a small construction site. They seem to be throwing logs. There are a bunch of them lying at the bottom of the hill. It's a caber toss. Anemone shouts to you, then grunts with the effort of lifting a 6-meter long mush tree pole. She throws it like a javelin down the hill and sprints after it. My best record, she shouts, and ties a piece of caution tape to the end of the pole. Your turn next, Cal says, pointing to a neatly stacked pile of construction poles beside you. From the looks of the nearby construction, they're probably destined to be a new lookout tower someday. Can I just watch instead? Of course, Cal grins. You can be the referee if you want. I'm up next, but I gotta throw it backwards, that's the rule. He hefts one of the mushwood poles in both hands, then faces you and hurls it over his head down the hill. Ouch! You hear Anemone shout from the bottom of the hill, and then, just kidding, you missed me. You play for the rest of the afternoon, adding rules and variations as you go. You don't stop until the entire stack of poles are in a jumble at the bottom of the hill, and decorated festively with caution tape. It's a wonder you got away with this. Get to work. Yep, you think puberty is average for about 4 years, and she has a daughter who will be about leaving puberty when her son goes into puberty. Okay, that's true. If you do it like that, yes. But still, like, they might be completely different in puberty. There's no guarantee at whatever. Easy, you have a lot of issues with it. You can imagine it'll be more streamlined in bigger cities. Yeah, I think that's the case. I think we're just gonna go. Ooh. That's why I wanted to do that. Ooh, that's a nice one. Sure, let's go for it. How long have you known me, Mao? You like teasing with worst case scenarios. Is that really? I never really looked at it that way. Worst case scenario teasing. Okay, if that's what it is, then fair. For Tomnia. The mood of the colony has been muted this year. Ever since the attack during Glow. Though everything is still cheerfully decorated and the feast table is still heavily filled with mostly soy rations, this Virginalia just feels different in a way you can't describe. What a year Virtumna has given us, the governor begins in her weedy voice. I stand before you so proud of everything the colony has accomplished in such a short time. I have always hoped that we would bring with us the best facets of humanity, cooperation, resilience, and creativity, and the events of this year have given me no reason to doubt my convictions. These creatures were unexpected, but I urge everyone to consider what it means for life here. If Virtumna can sustain megafauna, that means conditions are good for us as well. Our friends in geoponics are already working on the logistics of domesticating the wildlife. Your dad, a second cultivator, stands and gives a sheepish wave to the crowd. There's a smattering of applause. Mart elbows you. Hey, she whispers. Did you hear that? My dad says Udicott's gonna announce the depot's opening to the public. Not really, but it's an easy way to describe it. In reality, you like to make up unrealistic scenarios that are trolly. You doubt very much it will be as bad as I said. Yeah. Okay, fair. My dad gives me allowance, Mart says, shooting you a look of pity. It's too bad your parents make you work for yours. Mart's? Stop throwing your privilege in my face. Council remains unchanged from last year. We are, as always, proud to serve you and the colony as your government. Okay. Apparently we're gonna do the science fair again. Reasoning. A reasoning challenge. We're not that good at reasoning, honestly. This guard gets +1. 49. Again. Allowed. No, it's all good. I agree with you. I fully agree with you. It's all good. No, it's better to do this. Oh, the other way around. Oh. This is better. Or... no. Like that then. Oh, shite. Wait. Why is that -2? Oh, no, we don't want that. $13. Yeah, do it. Ooh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yes. And what happens if we do this? Then we're good here. Done. In secret, you've been working on a social experiment about delayed gratification. You've been sneakily studying the adults, taking notes on their snacking habits and their mood. You found that Seek and Dr. Instance rarely eat sweets, but Utopia and Auntie Seedon do it all the time. You correlate this with their attention span when you see them tackle frustrating problems. You know, problems you can control and repeat, like if a child backtalks to them. What do kudos do? Kudos are our currency, and we can either buy new cards or new gear with them, and the orange cards, like the purple and the orange cards, or we can use them at some point when the right area opens up to get rid of certain cards through the get rid of the memory option. So they're our currency. We can buy stuff for them. You know, problems you can control and repeat, like if a child backtalks to them. The judges are impressed with your methodology. Instance, perhaps, a little begrudgingly. They award you first place. After the festivities are over, yada yada yada. Mars organizes a water fight that takes over the whole colony, even the adults. It brightens everyone's spirits, even in the thick heat of dust. Relax on the walls in the garden. Yes! You end up on top of the western wall with dice, launching water-filled poof shrooms down on an unsuspecting anemone in the sports ball court below. The wall seems like a neat place to hang out and relax. Much quieter than the lounge if you're looking for some solitude. Finally! We can relax on the walls now. Okay, how far are we in our friendship with dice? We are 32. Cool. That's good stuff. Ooh, wood. Dice wipes his eyes and hides his face as you approach. Go away, he sniffles. I just want to be left alone. Why won't people just leave me alone? I don't want to be a part of this stupid colony. Here. Something to make you feel a bit better. Bye, sweetie. We're gonna go out. We are gonna go out. Yes. Okay. What can we see here? Oh, this is all empty still. Ooh. So you are there. Fine. Okay, good stuff. We're just gonna recheck our route. To where we last were. Okay, we were here. Okay. So then we're gonna go here, I guess. Or... Alright, I see. I see. Let's do this one. Practice spitting seeds. We got some combat going. Cool. Then we can get this one. We're gonna take this. You spot a suspicious regular amount of dirt. Maybe something is buried here. Could be dangerous though. Poke it with a stick. You cautiously break off a branch and prod the suspicious mound, watching closely for signs of movement. Nothing. You poke further and discover it's in fact just a regular pile of dirt. Nothing more. Yeah, all good. Geoponics engineers have set up a work site here, using the roboplow to tear up the ground and prep it for farming. You don't want them to see you. They'll send you home for sure. Sneak past them. No, wait. Cool. You skulk under the trees at the edge of the operation. The loud grinding of the roboplow hides any noise you might have made. Cool. And now we can go this way. I wanna go after you. Hopeyes are usually docile little creatures. They don't even come up to knee height. They eat grass and hop away when you come near. But something has riled this group up, and you see them fight each other, getting enclosed and rolling onto their backs and kicking with their big foot, punting each other up to 2 meters away. It's neat behavior, so you sit and watch, until you suddenly realize you're surrounded. Food is here. Enjoy your food, easy. Thank you for the lurk. They've stopped fighting with each other and are all staring at you. They pounce. Defend yourself. Let's go. We don't have much toughness, but we are going to do this. We can do this. 10. Oh, we can absolutely do this. We're going to do it like this. That one. That one. Ooh, we're almost there already. 0, 2, 0, 2, 4. Let's go. Super cool. Extra toughness. And extra kudos. I'm not gonna complain. And extra animals. The cute little critters kick you, but you kick back. You send them scurrying back off to pick on smaller creatures than you. Exactly. You're still... Oh, that's mine. Oh, we're gonna do this one and get that medicinal root. You leave the path and sneak through a strand of mush trees to one of the little sawmills dotting this area. It's a small but busy operation. 3 people feeding mush tree logs into some kind of machine, while the 4th one directs a 4-legged robot with a plasma saw mounted on the front. Stay and watch what they're doing. Ooh. You stay out of sight and watch how they do it. When one tree crashes down, it almost seems like the others are wincing. It's probably just your imagination though. They aren't planting new ones or leaving any behind. You know the mush trees regrow every year. But can they still regrow when you cut down everything like this? Even the smaller trees and bushes are getting ground up for mulch. With a scary big grinder that sounds like a roaring beast. The entire process makes you uneasy, but also proud of how industrious your colony is. Nah, just uneasy actually. Ooh. Should we go home soon? Sure. Oh, that's a shortcut. Can we do one more? We can. Exactly one more. Nice. And I think there is only. Is there more than one? There's more than one. So do we want to do this one? Or the one here? Let's do this one. Oh, let's do this one. You let your mind wander as you're walking and bumble straight into a field of the blob grass again. Sure. Doesn't matter. There we go. We are in our, what is this? We're 11. We are in our second year and our perception is at 89 out of 100. That's insanity. There it is. You can hop along from that rock. Yeah. We're gonna go home. And then we're gonna relax on... yeah. Relax on the walls. Ooh, after the first attack on the colony, they added lookout towers to the walls. Now you have a place to hang out if you don't feel like working, and because it's all the way up here, no adults are going to come ask you to run any errands for them. On rainy days, you take shelter in the pavilions and listen to the pitter-patter of warm raindrops on the grass roof. You can do whatever you want. Ah, this is the life. You guess I'm a pretty perceptive 11-year-old? Well, honestly, like, if we're looking at all the traits we have, like, wait, we have the bird-like eyes. They miss nothing, so that's why perception is already going faster for us. But this is exceptional. Perfect place to slack off. It's nice to help keep watch. It's a good place to study. It's nice to help keep watch. Every choice I'm making right now is literally perception. We're 5 away from like completely filling this one. It's wow. Sometimes you offer to fill in on lookout duty so someone can go grab a meal. Maybe someday you'll be allowed to work full shifts as a lookout yourself. But you find out it's not as relaxing as you think. Oh, hey Lenora. Dice pops his head up a nearby ladder. And looks surprised to see someone else here. Do you mind if I sit here too? Heck yeah, come sit beside me. The two of you dangle your feet off the side and watch the valley below. Dai shovels a little uncomfortably and doesn't say much. You wonder if this was his private spot to be alone before you discovered it. Possibly. Yes. Give this one. We need to get some of the lower cards out to make space for the higher cards to be drawn more often. This needs 5 more. This just needs 5 more in total. Bravery is not a bad idea. You and Anemone are watching the soldiers train. Her brother Com is a training dojo trying out a stun glove. He leaps back slightly as electricity crackles from his fingertips, then straightens up and places his fingers experimentally towards the target dummy. A streak of lightning arcs out from his hand, charging a light bulb above the target to show a successful hit. Anemone whistles. Whoa, she says. That looks really dangerous. You agree. Dangerous and awesome. Good morning, Parto. Hello, how are you doing, dear? But I think it only stuns things, she continues, because it's called a stun glove. Otherwise, they would call it a kill glove. I guess. I want to have a stun glove too, she says, copying her brother's motion. Did Anemone's brother die early in your previous playthrough? I don't remember. I think midway, but yeah, he died. Yeah. You're okay? I'm glad to hear it, Pardo. What are your plans for your Saturday? Robin! How's it at the festival? Why are you checking in? What's going on? I can type. Not really sure what your plans for today are? Fair enough, Parto. Hope you can relax a bit. No. Hey Robin, I saw a Robin today. Yes, she did. But my mom, she doesn't like fighting. She doesn't want me to be a soldier. But let your brother do it. Yeah, it's not fair, she pouts. Just because he's older? Com was training with Red when he was my age, but my mom, I don't think she likes that. I think because I'm her only daughter, she was hoping I'd be more like Tammy, always helping in the crash. She shudders. I don't want to be no one's mom. It's just broke. When one has a lifetime warranty, so I can get a new one. There we go. I didn't even like heavy and carried it on one shoulder because, well, it was easier at the moment. You sit and watch Com light up one target after another with his stun glove, his motions gaining confidence as he learns his new tool. Okay, let's play. I think that's the best we can do with this one. Some bravery in there. Ooh. 3 away. Cool. Maybe we'll do that again. Just hope that if you can't ride with your friends, they at least can take your shit with them. They live in the same village. You don't mind riding there on Sunday. Just hope they leave Sunday instead of tomorrow. They said it depends on how their night is tonight. Let's do that again. For more bravery. Yeah. When there's no sports ball game on, the security teams who train nearby used to field a practice with long-range rifles. As you show up to sports ball practice, Com is helping Mosquito take down the net. Sorry kiddos, he says. Red wants us practicing with the big guns today, and we can't have you running around the place. The bullets in these drone rifles are heat-seeking, and even though they're programmed to avoid human targets, safety first. But today was supposed to be our day to have the sports ball field, Cal complains. Your soldiers don't even want to play sports ball. You just want to shoot your dumb noisy guns. Fair enough, Cal. Yeah, it's even better if they go home tomorrow. Animal bounces over. Hello? They have more than just huge guns. They have cool stun gloves that are like magic lightning arsing out of your fingertips. It's super galactic. Gal shakes his head. That's not the point. Stand up to the soldiers. I love how rebellious we are this time. You rip the net out of Com's hands and start putting it back up. Animal looks nervous. Here comes Security Chief Red. He looks scary angry, Laura. We're not gonna back down. Bravery's higher. Standing up for something. Nice. Unchangeable. Cool. You stand your ground when the security chief tries to intimidate you with his loud voice and his big chest. Today was your day to use the field. Red sees the fire in your eyes, and after a minute he laughs and gives in. You're a tough one, huh, Eleonora? He says, a twinkle in his eyes. Okay, you're right. Today was your day to use the sports ball field. Come, we'll have to train with something else today. Huh. That wasn't so hard. Nope. And that is who we are now. You know what, people? Honestly, my first playthrough was me up until a couple of years ago. My second playthrough is me now. I think that's the best way to put this. Yeah. I hope Robin can sleep a couple of hours because that's a killer schedule. You see this game going like, they did not have enough practice. 5 people died. No. That's not gonna happen. but nice one. For bravery. Yes, what do we got? Draw an extra card at the start of a challenge. Effect stacks. Ooh. I like that. I like that. Now what are we gonna do with our last month before glow? I think we're gonna try and get... Oh no, animals is not that high. Ooh. New perk, yes. That's perfect, thank you. We have a little... Oh, hi Dice. Dice is sitting in the bed of one of the expedition vehicles, tinkering with a bit of tag. He tries to hide it when he sees you, but it's in so many pieces that he only manages to shove some behind him before he gives up and glares at you mistrustfully. What do you want? What are you doing? Dice squints at you. Promise you won't tell me, he says. Promise. They weren't using it, he starts, already sounding defensive, as he turns the biggest piece of the device over in his hands. I was just sitting there, it was just sitting there in command. So, when they weren't looking, I took it. I took it, and no one noticed. He seems excited about this fact. Sorry about this. I was trying to get a mosquito. Sadly, I didn't succeed. I think it's part of a communication device, he says thoughtfully. So I'm trying to figure out how it works. I want to talk to the aliens. Just be careful, okay? Ooh. Okay, engineering would have been cool here. But just be careful, okay? Dice nods and fiddles with the device. Who cares, he says. I care. People on Earth used to use stuff like this, thinking that it could pick up the voices of ghosts, Dice says. But it was probably just radio waves. So I figure if I'm looking for radio waves, aliens have to exist, he continues, quietly but with great conviction. They have to. You can't have this much life on the planet without some of it being smart, like we are. I agree with his reasoning. He sighs. I just want to talk to them, he says. Maybe I'd fit in more with aliens than I do here. Anything is possible. Dice nods and looks outward, into the mushroom forest. I know you're just trying to be nice, he says, quietly. Even if you think we're really alone out here and you're just lying to make me feel better, it's still nice. I'm not even lying to make you feel better. I'm actually quite sure you are right. Humans are smart? Since when? Good one. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. What did we get here again? Just toughness. No. Maybe engineering is not such a bad idea. But it's just 1 engineering, 2 reasoning. I hate that. Humanities is doing creativity, persuasion. We need more persuasion. We need more persuasion. I'm not sure why, but it feels like that. Also, I want to get to the first one of biology. Persuasion. You're doing creative writing in teams, and you're paired with Mars. You wish it was Tang, she always does so well on these. Yeah, the theme is Earth and natural environment. Mars takes it. How are we already at ads again? We're gonna snooze this because we are close to glow. Mars takes the topic at face value and wants to write about how beautiful everything was on Earth. With blue skies and green plants everywhere, and huge oceans that went forever. It always looks gorgeous in the carefully staged movies you've seen on holovids. You know what? We're gonna run with Mars' idea. Mars takes the creative part of creative writing literally, describing Earth as lush forests and verdant plains and deep, jewel-like oceans with a reference bordering on... No tea time. No, I'm just snoozing. No tea time. Because like we're almost in glow, and then after that we're gonna raid out. So she's pretty passionate about it, so you let her do most of the work. Mars insists she gets to present it to the class. This too is a good idea, because Mars is a born presenter. Thank you for asking, Yip. You aren't sure that it's totally based on facts, but it is received well by both your classmates and your teacher. You get a handful of kudos for doing well. Cool. Card becomes yellow. We already win? Already? I mean Smurf. We've been live for almost 4 hours. We've been live for 4 hours. Okay, that was good. There's a commotion in the square. An expedition's vehicle has driven through the gates and is idling in the middle of the square, an unusual sight. People come down from command to investigate. Utopia gets out of the vehicle and trudges over to Uticott. After a brief conversation, you see Uticott gesture for people to unload the vehicle and clear the area. You stay out of their way to see what they're unloading. No! No! Wait, what? No! How? Not Tonin. Why could we not save Tonin? Damn it! That was what I was aiming for. shite. And good question, Smurf. Fair enough. It's the first bad thing in this playthrough, but why did we... Okay, I'm gonna look this up after stream, because I do want to understand what I needed to do to save him. What happened, Dice asks, coming over to crouch around the corner with you. You share that Uncle Tonin is dead, and he stares at the sheet-covered body intensely, as if he could see through it. Did they say how? They never tell us the truth anyway. Nobody will tell the kids what really happened. Did something eat him? Did he get lost or fall off a cliff? Do they even know? Dice nods, frowning. They don't want us to know about the monsters and other worse stuff. They want us to think everything is fine, but it's not. This planet isn't as nice as they say it is. He shakes his head. They hate that they can't control us. You and Dice watch the adults carry Uncle Tonin's body away. From the way he's practically vibrating, you can tell Dice wants to ask more questions about what happened. After a few awkward minutes, he sneaks away without saying anything. Probably to try to go take a look at the body. Someone's going to have to tell Tammy. And you're glad it's not you. Tammy and her dad were really close. Now, she's an orphan. You watch Utopia bend over to get a hug from Unicott, wiping her eyes as she finally cries. Unicott has never been the most comforting presence in your life, but it seems to help. Utopia will probably be the next chief surveyor. At 24, she'll be the youngest council member. She was only a toddler when the stratosphere left Earth. Apparently, her sharp eye and hoverbike flying skills are the best in expeditions. You looked up how to save him? Do I want to know? How close were we? Or did I not do anything to make that happen? Sucks. Just saying. Just saying that it sucks. I'm gonna snooze. I did parts. Okay. Not enough done. Check. Can we go out even? No, the doors are closed, I guess. Yeah. Not giving too much info in case you don't want to know. Okay. Thank you. Or others don't want to know. That's also a thing, of course. It's glow. You want the crystal. You want to say hi to Dice. You find Dice illuminated by only the glow of his holoscreen. It's easier to read when it's dark, he explains. Though there's less glare. This is the best season. Yep. I will... Biology. Cal and Tang get into an argument about the morality of animal testing. Predictably, Cal's against it, calling it unnecessarily cruelty. Do we have like a save before he died? No. And I doubt that's like enough. It's like all kinds of actions together that make it either work or not. Tang doesn't rise to debate. Instead of defending it on the basis of whether it's cruel or not, she skips right to arguing that even if it's cruel, it's still necessary. She says that sometimes the benefits are worth doing something you would normally think is immoral. And that is information we should have had before. Fine. We win. It's been a quiet glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the month wears on, you overhear arguments at dinner, adults worrying that an attack is still coming, and others who think the first one was a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest, but are shushed so people don't panic. The gates are closed. You drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the classroom to the crash to hide in your tables. Waiting for the sirens to call the all clear. I was very close. Damn it. You drill and repair and worry, but nothing happens. Then just as glow is starting to wane, the toxic purple spill of the wormhole fading as the suns almost rise past the horizon again, the sirens start. You're reading a holo novel in bed when you hear them, followed by the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. An alert flashes on your holopalm. Shelter in the crash, this is not a drill. You get another message from your dad. Me and Mom are going to stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Just follow Auntie Anne to the crash and wait for us, okay? Don't worry. We're way more prepared than we were last year. Love you. Stay safe. You could go to the crash where you belong. Or you could follow the security guards and see what's happening. At the gates, just as you peek your head out your door, you're struck by a horrible premonition. Someone's in danger in engineering. You blink and shake your head, but the feeling persists. Engineering. Yes, I remember. This is the one that I could do. I am genuinely pissed off on not being able to save Tonian. Absolutely. But it'll be fine. You don't know what compels you to go to engineering. It's nowhere near the walls, and the corridors are quiet as you approach. You burst into the classroom to find Professor Hall cornered by a small, chittering thing. It is moving too fast to tell what it is. Every time Hal tries to get around it to flee, it climbs up the walls and keeps jumping at him. He's fending it off with a tablet, but he's getting tired, and as you watch, the thing leaps at his throat and tears a chunk out of him. Hal screams in pain and crumples to the ground. You must gasp, because the thing turns to you and lunges. Okay, let's go. 47, we've done this before. I'm gonna snooze now. Okay. That card becomes 2. Okay, so we're gonna do this. That is far from enough. Fine. Yes. I can't push through, can I? I can. Okay, good. Good. I do not care about that one. I want those points. I have that. But also... Okay, less stress to push through. All good. It is impossible to hit the thing. It's so fast, it's like a smear at the edge of your vision. What you do manage to do, though, is lure it outside the classroom and get Congruence to slam the door shut. You hear it beating against the door as you run to Hal's side. Congruence guides you through how to hold pressure to Hal's throat to stop the bleeding, but... Stars, there's blood everywhere. Eventually, the doors open and Chief Engineer Instance runs in, directing some of the security team to load Hal into a stretcher and take him to medbay. There's no sign of the creature. She surveys the carnage. Good work, Eleanor, she says grimly. Might just have saved Hal's life. Her shoulders droop. They must have crawled over the walls. Buggers. We did save him. You return to your quarters. Your parents are horrified to see you covered in blood. Relieved when you say it's not yours. Then horrified all over again when you tell them about Professor Hell. Your dad checks his holopalm and tells you they got him to a med bed quickly enough that his injuries should heal in a few weeks. You saved Professor Hell's life. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. And that is where we end for today. We got 49 perception in 1 year. That's insanity. But cool. We're saving. Whew. Good run beside that one thing. Yeah, except for Tonin, the first 2 years actually went quite well. Except for Tonin. But we're gonna take this. We're gonna take it. I think we're on the right track for what I want to do here. We're gonna figure it out. Let me see who we're gonna raid. And we're gonna do that pretty quickly because I have ads running in 3 minutes. Let's see. Options. Not many options. We're gonna go to Callan. I don't even have to think about this. We're just gonna go to Callan. Yep. Callan Leaf Shade. Callan is playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. It's just a nice place to be, and his voice is amazing. If you're looking for something to fall asleep to, perfect. Raid. Callan Leaf Shade. If you're being left behind, this is gonna be it. Please go there manually. Please come with us for the raid. You're mostly eating on the couch and watching from afar, but it was very cozy. Thank you for telling me, and thank you for being here for a bit. Pissy, thank you for still being here. Thank you for being here. I love that. You lovelies. Normally I would say I'll see you on Sunday, but this time it's gonna be I see you on Monday. We're gonna do Cozy Stardew Monday. So if you're subbed, you can take the raid message that Yiptus threw out. If you are not subbed, I'll throw it out again. It's this one. Please copy and paste it into Callan's chat. I will see you on Monday. Or if you are in Sumi's Discord and you are either watching movie or celebrating Busy's birthday with us, I'll talk to you on Sunday afternoon. I'm going to wish you all a lovely rest of your time zone. Enjoy your weekend. And take extra good care of yourself. May the best of your today be the worst of your tomorrow. And see you next time. Bye, lovelies.